You want him to be released now so that he become a deputy commander-in-chief of the same military he doesn't even respect. Ya kwana ana gadin fi dunia TikTok or Facebook. Information travel faster. And those soldiers in the SSPDF are .com generation. As a matter of fact, 60% of them are millennials. These are Facebook generation here. They have seen what happened in Nasser. And we all have hope that justice will be served. But if you come in here and you advocate for his release, I hope the government in Juba must not be drunk enough to listen to you. I hope the government in Juba hear us clearly in black and white. Okuma Juba they might couldn't believe to listen to you. Or even conform to the pressure from the so-called C5 or the African Union. Because that will open a Pandora box of anarchy in our country, my friend. Let me tell you this. Because after that, the soldiers will say, you know what, President Kiir, why should we even listen to your orders? Why should you send us to Nasser? Or why would we even listen to you to order us around in the country where we can get killed by the militia sponsored by Riek Machar's IO? And then later on, Riek Machar will walk free and people like Walda will come and advocate for the Riek freedom when our guys are killed and have bodies, their bodies defied. It will even create a revolt within the SSPDF. And that revolt wouldn't be good for anybody, my friend. Let me tell you this. It will not be good. But if this current trial continue as set, even if Riek proved himself to be innocent and he's released after the trial, we can say, you know what? Lo Mahakama Ligo innocent, then there is nothing we can do about it. If he's an innocent guy, he's an innocent guy. But for you to argue that the current trial should be cancelled, order to have the Riek Machar be free, and then you think when the Riek is free, Sudan will have a peace, that is when we will have a very, very dangerous war that you will never even wish. We will completely lose faith in our government. Very, very dangerous for the existence of our nation. I know you guys are opposition. I know you're looking for a manpower. I know you're looking to because the manpower you can easily mobilize now is the Nuer community. And that's why you guys sing a song that sounds good in their years and in the years of their youth, because you're looking to attract a manpower here. But my friend, that is a very cheap trick. You cannot fool people all the time. Some of you can think you're fooling the Nuer youth now, but eventually, one day, you will not be able to fool all of them all the time. Somebody is going to wake up and somebody is going to see the truth. And it's not going to be good here, my friend. And whatever the case is, whatever the trick you guys are playing, it is the Nuer community that is bearing the brunt now. It is Nuer community that is paying a terrible price as we speak. So sooner or later, Nuer is going to have to make a choice. Now I feel bad for them because they are being fooled and mobilized to fight the dangerous government here. Not good. But instead of you guys coming in here and tell the Nuer people, look, rise up, look for your justice. If you don't get it in South Sudan, you can get it somewhere in the world. No, you are telling us, Lord, let Dr. Riek Machar be free. You know what that means to the white army? It gives them a false hope, and it encourages them that, you know what, Dr. Riek must be free. Therefore, the revenge must continue. Now, and then you want to turn around and say that you are a peace advocate. You are not a peace advocate. You are actually planting explosives in our country, brother Luada. We don't know this. And the good thing is this, we are not discussing a history. We are discussing things that can happen in the future. One winter, we are, thank God, we are young enough to live a little longer. We would witness this if it were to happen in the way you so much wish. And then I know I told you, Gidam, Nas Edmund Yakani Gidam, Nas Helena, and everyone else. I told you last time, you would have regret it, my friend. Thank you very much, Mudita. Give the mic.
Yeah, thank you. One more, Anyar. Makwinlwas is ready. Did you guys see the statement of Makwinlwas about this? Nigeria is stop calling releasing. Makwinlwas will be a president if you try. Okay, Makwinlwas will take over for the Mayamfa. But did you can move the line?
Yeah, thank you, Sister Nyan, 1956, and also thank you, Edward Diwal. And let you all know that we are live right now on Facebook and YouTube. So, so I just want to let everybody know aware on that. So we are not only in Clubhouse right now. So now let's move. So, Irmun Yakani, do you want to go ahead, or do you want me to give one more person? Irmun, can you hear me? Okay, so First Lady.
Give me a question.
One. Okay, let me give this First Lady. Go ahead with your question to Lualdao or to Edmund. First Lady, are you there? Okay, if First Lady is not there, so let's move to leader number one. You go ahead, it's your turn. And thank you, all of you, been waiting patiently. I know this topic is really a topic that we need to discuss. First, leader number one, go ahead. Okay. Okay, if leader number one is not there, Lion. Do you guys hear me? Yeah. So Lion, go ahead with your question or your statement. You have 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Madit, for giving me this opportunity. All moderators, plus all the listeners and Edmond Akani. This conversation now, it is one of the most fruitful conversation I ever listened to, because as we speak, South Sudan is now at its knees to bow down to our plaques that Madid has in his profile picture right now. Why? It is only time that the rest of the world are telling us, you South Sudanese, despite all your differences, come together willingly and sort these things out. It is the only time where in that document, there's also a statement whereby, in the spirit of national cohesion and reconciliation, we must look beyond the thing that has already happened. Although it is not just like stepping on those, we will have to make sure there's a generation that is growing and the future of the country. We have to look into that big picture. Let me take you back to this very statement where a statesmanship was shown in February 15, 2020. And I will read the statement from His Excellency, the President Salva Kiir Mayadi. He said, by the time that he was reverting back the country from 32 states to 10 states, he said this: the compromise we have made today is one of the painful decisions I ever made. I refer to President, not me. I have been fighting throughout my entire life for the liberation of this country, and I will always stand against the force that aspire to destroy our hard-won sovereignty. I will not accept to preside over the destruction of the country that I sacrifice to liberate. What does this show? It shows that despite all the pressure, there's a need of this South Sudan, at least one at a time, to reconsider it. Because if we play with it, with all our background, with all our ethnic line, with all our people that we are losing, and we don't put it first, nobody will live in this country. We will die hard. We want to do that. We want to save this young nation that is struggling. When outsider come, like the C5, it is not telling us the person or you South Sudanese who lost their loved one, leave it alone and then go for the opposite. No. We have to be realistic in whatever step we are making. This time, South Sudan in general, it needs a concrete measure whereby there is a need of this consideration of this country. I can preach here, we will fight with Dinka, we will fight with Noor, we will fight with Equatoria, we will fight. Until when? There's the need of, let's say, let's cut it short, and we will come to question of justice. The C5 document does not favor the opposition. It does favor the national government. It is just telling us, we the people of South Sudan, we want this country with a big heart during the liberation. The world is stand behind us, including this African that we've seen wrong in their statement. We have lost 1 million of our colleagues during that liberation. Did Khartoum give us justice for them? No. How did we consider not leaving them? It was because we get our independence and we move on. But Edmond is here, he was telling us, when the 2018 peace agreement was signed, it was not signed merely to leave the people of South Sudan outside the justice system. They willingly say, we must come up with the ivory court that we have to form, so that all these generals who are undermining the common man, who are the civilian of South Sudan, who are killing these people, must be brought to justice, regardless of your political party, whether you are from SPLAIO, whether you are from SPLMIG, whether you are from where, you will have to be brought to that book. And Ikani was saying, these people, they obstruct the setting up of that ivory court. But if your room is more today, is more convenient to be listened, and South Sudan need that one at a time, whereby the call of releasing Dr. Riek, I can tell you 100% where I'm speaking right now. If he is being released today, South Sudan will return back to peace. And that peace, it will never benefit the outsider, it will not even benefit the C5. It will benefit the people of South Sudanese who are trapped in a situation that they can never come out from it. Because the war itself, no one will even win it. The government may think of crushing the White Army, or the White Army may think of the opposite one. There's no cycle whereby we see there's a need of it stopping. And that's why we have to be strong enough. If these leaders mean it, if there's a need of Dr. Riek to get out, and it gives the solution to South Sudan, like as I read the statement that the president has made in 2020, I'm very sure nobody will be a loser. We, the people of South Sudan, we will win, because we will look for a way to pull this guy out and bring them to justice. Let me comment about also why the justice system in Juba was undermined during the peace agreement. And this question also will remain with Edmond Ekane, because during the peace process, they say ivory court. while the South Sudan has already a court, which the doctoral is undergoing on right now. Why? It was simply because the outsiders or those who see it think that the justice system in South Sudan would be unfair, would be weak, and would not be supported because it does not give the concrete measure whereby all sides can be brought to that book.
Honorable, I think you can. I can start.
Do right now, if anything, try Dr. Riek Machar because he destroyed the lie of South Sudan. I will stand up as the number one to support that. But if the other side are saying they are clean and they kill a lot of people and they say they are clean, and let's push one agenda to give some one person a justice and they leave themselves, that would be totally wrong. And South Sudan would never see peace. But we have one more chance for us to think of these plaques, because if we don't think of it so hard, like the president put it in 2020, because his last statement was even hurt me. He said, I will not accept to preside over the destruction of the same country that I sacrificed to liberate. Look at this statement. It is so touching, whereby a statesmanship was seen and people stood with him. If we come out another one more time to say, for the reconciliation of the remaining South Sudanese, although they are burning in their heart, they have not yet seen the justice they deserve. Let's put this country first. We will come back for this justice system. South Sudan, the gun will be silent the same day. Believe me wrong, the gun will be silent the same day. The white army will go back to wherever they came from. The displaced will look for a way to go back home. And South Sudan, to their political leadership, they will solve their problem minus the fight. Because Edmond is here, he knows more. And the thing that he's telling us, if we go, like Dr. Lual say, if we go to a situation whereby we think, I lost two people, I lost one person, I lost my loved one, I lost, Jan Gabriel actually say, or somebody say, the dual are saying they lost more than 8 people in their family. And I can tell you, this is a fact. As I speak to you here, I lost more than that people, if we count including my relative. But why do I still stand for this country so that it has to rest to where it is going, so that we don't look back for the thing that we're supposed to have an end for it? If one man justice system is trying to oppress others and leave himself on top.
How many family members do you lose?
Me? Yeah, I lost more than 12 people.
Okay.
I lost more than 12, including my brother in J1 in 2016. As I speak to you here.
Madi, do you know he's over 7 minutes?
Yeah, I know. I give him 2 more so they can wrap.
Yeah. In conclusion, I'm saying tonight, let's put this country first. This country would never see a solution if we don't think of it. And if we think of saying we put our pain and we lock up Dr. Riek and we think the others are not good, even if you have a parents or your relatives are still alive today, continue counting them not to be there in the next few times. But if we do this today, those lies, they will be saved, our country will remain there strong, and the generation that will come will never look back to where this country was before. Salva Kiir and Dr. Riek. We need these two people to be in justice the same time. But if Salva Kiir push for the justice system in Juba on somebody and he just say it's clean, we can go into more detail. More people die. Both sides. Innocent civilian, no civilian. There is still even dying today.
Okay, my brother, let me have a question for you. So by threatening government to release Dr. Riek, is it that the law that we are introducing? South Sudan? Because if president going to release, it means it's a threat. Releasing him because White Army and IO are threatening. If it cannot be released, the country will go hell. Let it go hell.
No, I don't mean that, my sister 1956. You know, when I start my speech, I actually mean this neighboring country, our African friends, which are C5, when they are telling we South Sudanese, consider your country in the spirit of national cohesion and reconciliation. What is this statement? Are they benefiting if we have peace? No. Do we? Yes. So why don't we not? This is what I'm saying, what I'm talking about. We can continue fighting until the last man remains, and we will never give anything. That's what I'm trying to say. The rest of the things that are going, civil society members are here. If Monakani can guide us, we die enough. And if the justice system can come, it must save all the generals, including the President Kiir and Dr. Riek, so that we brought these people to work together. But if they push the agenda that is going on in Juba, and then what are we telling ourselves? The one say it's where they are not looking for the justice, it's not up to him. Okay. I will stop from there.
Thank you, Lion, for your input. Now let me go back to Irmuniakani to answer those questions, and then we move the line. Get ready, Irmuniakani. You can open your mic.
Thank you, Makut. Yeah, thank you, Magdit. And I honor and I respect every person's opinion and argument. So let me answer this question. I will do something just for 10 minutes. But of course, I'll be listening. There's questions I can take. Let me start first from the question of the hybrid court and the legal system, and specifically the idea that was obstructed. And I'm speaking because I'm involved fully in watching the transmission of the treaty or the instrument for the establishment of the hybrid court from the Egyptian legal advisor and then to the African commissioner, transmitted to the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs of the Republic of South Sudan. It was received, way pending response. What the response? The response was that within the parameters of sovereignty, you cannot develop an instrument for the hybrid court without consulting the existing legal system consent. So it was sent to Juba. Late Wanawela received it in order to assert the consent of our legal system. Because remember, and I remember is it the first person who asked me about our legal system. Our legal system exists. So the hybrid cannot be hanging on air and undermining what our legal system defines. And the gaps is that, yes, there might be gaps within our legal system, but still we have to get the consent. From time of late Wanawela, there was a statement that was made that the hybrid court was designed for targeting the big fishes. And remember, this is before any disagreement between SPLM and SPLMIO. At the moment when the government was fresh, people are so committed, coordinated to ensure that agreement is implemented. There's no disagreement along the parties. People are all busy informing the government. A statement was made. That statement delayed the response until today. This is one. Two, there's a belief that this hybrid court it is designed for the big fishes. While actually, if you look at the Obasanjo report, even there's a mayor soldiers who have killed people without instruction of anybody. But they also need to be held accountable regardless of their rank, because their names are accorded. People have testified. That for me, I was not killed by anybody. It was a soldier who is like this, we know them, they did this. And some of them are beyond whatever my brother was saying, let's not break ethnic line here or tribal line here, beyond the people who we suspect could have been the perpetrators or victims. So when I speak like this, we speak with facts. It was transmitted, and the response was delayed for political reasons. We have been pressing my brother Dengwal. If you want, I can send you quite a number of statements that we sent. We pressurized AU, and AU was able to prove to us clearly. The last meeting where our government was cornered was in Dar es Salaam with the African Commission for People and Justice. Because of this delay, is AU. They produce the documents. This day we send you this treaty, you receive it, here is your endorsement. This day we give you this to respond, you receive it, here is the evidence. This day we give you this. And by then, Under Secretary of the Ministry of Justice was Jeremiah Swaka. Officials in the Ministry of Justice were so much ashamed because there's a pressure. Oh, the delay is the government. The delay is AU. The delay is the government. The delay is AU. This was put on the table. And things have been made straightforward, clean. And at that moment, people went quiet completely. Now here is a crisis. And the intention of the hybrid court is supposed to clean us towards election, is to give us a due diligence. So that when we go for election, because remember, it is an ethical.
Edmund, let me share this with you, and then you give us a comment on that. I'm reading directly from the RRs. I'm just a mere cattle keeper from South Sudan.
No. Malaga. It's a Malaga. Just continue.
Okay, I'm a mere cattle keeper from South Sudan who have a faith in African Union. I'm reading from the RRs, okay, chapter 5, article 5.3.1, establishment of hybrid court for South Sudan, HCSS. Okay. 1, it says there shall be established an independent hybrid court, the hybrid court for South Sudan, HCSS. The court shall be established by African Union Commission to investigate and, where necessary, persecute individuals bearing responsibility for violation of international law or applicable South Sudanese law committed from December 15, 2013 through the end of transitional period or March 12 of 2021. Where is the court at?
Can you continue? There's an article behind there. Continue. Look.
Okay. If you want, that's good. If I want to continue, but also remember that first part of my question there. Where is the court? Because African Union was supposed to do it. They have not done it. Okay. So
now.
Let me go to 2. The term establishing the hybrid court for South Sudan shall conform to the terms of this agreement, and the African Union Commission shall provide broad guidelines relating and including the location of hybrid court for South Sudan, its infrastructure, funding mechanism, enforcement mechanism, and the applicable jurisprudence number and composition of judges, privileges, and immunities court personnel. That means still here, it is this section here is still give a responsibility of this court to the African Union. I'm glad you
now let me answer here.
Part of it. Now where is it at?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the media.
Yes, it is
distinguished
an ethical
guests, colleagues, and fellow citizens.
When I say in Arusha, documents were produced, all those documents were given before the government, Ministry of Justice, to make sure there's no contradiction.
I warmly welcome to you and thank you for your presence today.
Make sure you agree with whatever the documents look like, the side.
I invited you here this morning to address
you. Say, we are ready. Just give us your consent. because we don't want to impose on you. We want to see that you see this is in line of the agreement. You are the government. And remember that government is a functional government. That is where the delay comes in, my brother. And it is logical that even you, Diwal, today, if you put you president, and you said, Diwal, we're establishing as anything for your government, you will be asked, Diwal, as the agreement say 1, 2, 3, we have done with 1, 2, 3. Look at it. Are you comfortable that this is in conformity with the agreement? You say yes. So I cannot sit for example, in any country and I declare national hybrid course here, bring the perpetrators, bring the judges, you sit here. So come and answer. I need that element of respect for you. That's what I was saying. Even in your house, even in your crisis, you'll be respected. So that is where the gap is. That gap will pressurize. And it is that gap that when we pressurize too much, gave a birth for what? Gave a birth for what is called the United Nations Commission for Human Rights in South Sudan. Because the life, if the court continue to remain, atrocities will be committed. And I'll give you one example, Diwal and the rest who are here. Remember one time I was speaking with you here over the fate of the prisoners of war, and I told you guys that there's investigation. I will tell you investigation is finished. The African Commission for People, the UN Commission for Human Rights, it will capture names of people, even if I tell you that Mayor White Army, that were automatically names were detailed. And they will not run free. Like when in the C5, the Obasanjo report was put very clear. It's supposed to clean names of people. So what I would like to say is that as much as we want to blame our brothers, we also have our own weaknesses that sometimes contribute us to be exposed too much. The only thing you're not paying the fee is when you sit and somebody starts putting facts in your eye, and somebody who's an external, and you are aware that I'm supposed to deliver this. So Diwal, I agree with you that our responsibility is to pressurize the AU. And we are able to pressurize the AU until we are able to be given in front of us. In front of us. And I remember the last minister who really put an apology is the last minister of justice, Madol. Because Madol was there. Madol said, these things was not under my term of office. It was this process during the late of Wanawela, which for me is an internal institutional communication. So let's put ourselves here. That is what it. Number two, do we watch crimes to happen because we are waiting for hybrid court and the legal system cannot be applied? No. The answer is no. Our legal system must respond to situations, even if we wait for 100 years of the hybrid court, crimes cannot be watched. Why? Because we are not living in a society with vacuum. What does that mean? Laws exist, courts exist. That one, there's no problem with it. One aspect that I want to bring forward to our attention, why the situation of the first vice president become a bit sensitive in debate or on motion. It is that the status of the agreement. It is that the status that the agreement itself will hold him or others accountable. It is that the status that we don't want to set a presidency that one person take the law into his hand. And I'll tell you, in the last meeting that we were in, somebody even mentioned it very clear that we are aware of who is first vice president. We are aware how he made the customers, but you have made him more popular than when we are going to hold him accountable. And that's what people start looking into. Where does Genesis start from? So we are not here saying he is free and he should work free and he should not be held accountable, or other people is free, those people cannot be held accountable. No, everybody is supposed to face the law to fix a lesson for future generations to come. And we share the same pain that we cannot be watching, even if I lose one. Even if I lose one, that one that I lose, somebody has to be held accountable for it. Like you already saying, our soldiers, our national defense and security institutions are there to protect us South Sudanese all. And you should give them a signal that you can be sacrificed because of one person who feels he is a supernatural to the country, that he can walk out from there. No. So for me, that's the difference. And that does not mean that, by the way, that does not mean that the report of Obasanjo and the atrocities that were documented recently, somebody's going to walk away from it. It's a matter. That's why actually one of the secrets, just I want to say with you, one of the logic why, if you look at the communique, and I really urge that, let us go back to the communique and read. you know, the electoral process was switched.
Yakani, which one is first now? Is it peace or justice?
Lama, ita ya lual, debate a peace or a justice there, normally is being brought by individuals that want to escape one and the other. They put which first, justice or peace, peace or justice. The reality is that both of them need to go simultaneously, in the sense that if I prefer peace first, doesn't mean I undermine justice. If I prefer justice first, doesn't mean I undermine peace. You see, that's the way how they move concurrently, so that at least everybody feel embraced. So the question of whether egg first or chicken first, there in this context that we have, that is a context that, look, for us to create elections for people to vote. For example, this is just let me put like a lay person, like what Diwali was saying, is a cattle keeper from the cattle camp there. Now I'm a farmer in my farm with my seeds of my best meal in my tribe is called Kwena Mare. What is Kwena Mare? I will explain to you later if you want to know what's Kwena Mare. Now let me take my seeds of Kwena Mare with my hoe. I'm not in the cattle camp. How can I vote for somebody whom I'm suspicious that if I vote for this person, my vote is going to bring him undermine justice? You see that question of peace first or justice later. And in the same case in Liberia. The case of Liberia, what works better in Liberia, and what works is that in Liberia, there was a target for the leaders. And this is why I'm telling some people that we will make up a scenario. Don't get surprised, a scenario whereby both a president and first vice president and others may be locked up somewhere. And people say, go ahead with the government. And they're brought back to face justice. If what's come to us. Those scenarios may merge. And that is now Liberia.
Yakani, I'm not interrupting you. Sorry. I want to tell Medit that I will have to go. There are people who kept calling me. I have to go for a meeting. But one thing I want you to answer, and this is, you know, the argument of while is saying, while is saying that to implement your argument, that concurrently peace and justice, he is saying his argument that Riek Machar should face justice for the people that were killing Nasser. This is the argument he's making. When you say they are concurrent, that means if someone is killed, you need justice right away. And
let me tell you, well,
so this is the argument that at some point I want you to study this properly and decide which way we go. For me, yes. I think they are important. I think they are important to have peace. They are important to have justice. But there's an order. We should really put these things in order. First, let us have peace first. Stop bleeding. Then we go with certain orders. But anyway, I will come back, Madid, because people are really bothered.
Before you go,
I will come back.
Can I answer before you go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Edmund, can I ask you a question before you go?
You know, Lual, there's something here.
I need to question Lual. I didn't get a chance. If you guys was calling me, I was on another phone. Let me ask.
You have gone. He dropped himself.
No. Let Edmund finish because it's almost finished, Edmund.
I'm here, Yakani. I will listen to you.
Honorable Wal, you should suspend that meeting.
So let me come forward. Is that if you want to transition from violence to peace, you transition when you have a stable space. And that's why in the AU communique, that language of national cohesion and reconciliation comes to make sure create a space for other steps to take place. But what I would like to say, Joel, is that there's nobody who will create violence to obstruct stability. That's so. So in most history of stable states that work out of violence, normally peace take presidency. Like look at Rwanda. First stabilize the peace, then bring perpetrators to book. And that's why after even Rwanda, people are undergoing trial. After people are undergoing trial, and even Senegal, people are still undergoing trial. So this is what I would like to do. But let me just conclude so that I give chance for others. So this is what I would like to bring to your attention. One of the things that I was ending up is it was in the community. I say again, go back to the community. African Commission was instructed to develop a roadmap for the elections. And look at the elections that are in the communique. I wish that we would have a separate deliberations on the community by itself without mixing it into this element.
That's what I have on with me.
So the idea,
Edmund,
yeah?
I already print out the communique that you forward to me. I have it here.
Yeah, the community does.
Madid, I will come back, huh? Madid, I will come back with that, Madid.
Okay,
I will come back. I will join you guys. I will come back.
Yeah, go ahead and tell your team that you have important discussion. You should postpone that meeting.
Okay, let me go, and then I will come back. I will come back for you.
Okay.
You continue.
Colonel Madid, can I ask Brother Edmund a question, please?
Okay,
Yeah,
let him finish, and then we will ask your question.
Yeah, let me conclude, then I'll come. So, the status of first vice president, it's within the parameters of the agreement. And let me tell you, there's none of us here who are calling that he should walk away free, him or any other suspect should walk away free. And the same thing, Dengwal, I agree with you in the sense that normally when somebody is already in the court of law, let the course of the law take its course.
Don't let it put you in blue house.
احيانا لسان بيملس لكن بيجيب الماء بركات. الانسان ما يملس للخطوره بس يملس للبركات. يبقى انا I'll say if you consistently follow our positions in the calls, normally we would say let the law take its course. If the people are free, freedom. Normally this is statements. And by the way, if you look at the communique have not undermined the judicial systems that are going on. But what the communique was saying that there are certain stages of Dr. Riek Machar that we need it because we want to finish a business that we have committed ourselves to it as South Sudanese, as a region, and with the international community. But this does not mean it's denying justice not to prevail. This is something just I want to bring to one of you. Then my brother was saying tribal. I'm somebody who is completely un-tribal line. But you can see when people are speaking, we have references to tribes, which of course is not our intention. Our tribes have no problem, but it is an abuse. Individuals or elites abuse our tribes. Our tribes have nothing in bad in them. It's just because we want to use it for tribal gain that we put it forward there.
Edmond, correction, brother. I'm not going to travel. I'm going to Soma. I'm talking about the Soma, not you.
No.
Thank you.
No, I got you well, by the way. I got you well. I didn't get that you say I'm tribal. No. I'm saying our tribes have no problem, but it's individuals that want to use our tribes. So I got it well. So I'm not saying that you say I'm tribal. No. No, I got it very well, and I got your argument very well that you direct towards Soma. I'm saying that some individuals who want to buy power, they start using the lands of the tribe to find an easy way of climbing the ladder, which is wrong actually, because if you go to our tribes, they are completely innocent. They have nothing to do with what we're rivaling for. They're in their peaceful coexistence. They're exchanging themselves. They're enjoying the national. But it's because somebody wants the power quickly, you quickly rush to the tribe and use it. And even some people are buying attention by abusing the word tribe. So for me, it's not the use actually. You know, there's these two things: use and abuse. It is an abuse. It's not the use. You can use tribe for good gain, but you can abuse it. So it's really an abuse that I would like to agree with you. I don't know prolong, but I think the hybrid court, all those questions are about the hybrid court, I put it forward. All those things are about whether if somebody is facing, somebody is committing a crime, should we wait for the hybrid court? The hybrid court was specifically designed for atrocities that are against humanity or war crimes. There are other crimes that happen that people will be held accountable. So please, I'll yield the mic back to you, Madid, because we need to balance time. So there's no need to dominate and speak. It's better answering questions to make more better.
Yeah, for communicate that you mentioned in Bunyakani is number 10, call on the Adigono to take urgent step toward consolidated the progress achieved and to lay the groundwork for successfully organization of election, including the consideration of releasing all political detainees, especially Dr. Riek Machar, first Vice President, in the spirit of national cohesion and reconcile. So that is the in the communique number 10. Go ahead. So the next one is the next on the line. First Lady, do you want to wait for Walda to come back?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for him.
I asked earlier. I want a question. I want to ask Brother Edmund a question.
Okay.
Directly and Edmund is coming, but I'm gonna wait for him to come.
Okay, let them come back, and then you will have your question to both of the gentlemen. Okay. Galuk, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Brother Edmund. Brother Madid. Brother Edmund, in your view, would the incident of Nasser should it be dealt with by the citizen and JMAC rather than South Sudan government in reference to the revitalized peace agreement? Thank you.
Okay.
Madid, can I answer this so that I give chance for other
arguments?
Or are there questions?
I have a question.
Yeah, let me take a list of questions so that we
just come
share
up.
the
You
space.
just wait. Yeah, go ahead, answer that question, then we move to the next. Anyone, go ahead, answer the question. Or do you want to wait for the next?
The question. I think it's better to take a number of questions.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, let's wait for others.
Okay.
Yeah, wait for others. It's better just so that it become more constructive than question after answer, and take time for no reason.
Absolutely. Okay, the next on the line is
I want to answer the issue of the Nasser in this question also.
Okay, hang on. System. Hold on.
Okay.
So the next on the line is a Jack. Jack, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay, Jack, this is your turn. Go ahead with your 7 minutes.
شكرا جزيلا يا بن مديد. أخي تحية لك وللضيوف الكرام. مع إنه الأعداء مشى في ظرف خاص، لكن أنا كان عندي سؤال. يعني هو سؤال يعني دوري كده. أنا قاعد أستغرب في الدور بتاع الناس. منظمات المجتمع المدني بتاع ناس إدمى يا كاني ده. أنا ما قادر أفهم هم مهمتهم شنو يعني. هل هم مهمتهم مهمة رغابية لهذه الاتفاقية، ولا هم بيلعبوا دور الوسيط برضه؟ يعني من التعليقات أنا فهمت ذيك أنهم عندهم دور ثاني غير الدور بتاع الرغابي. على أي حال إذا كان عندهم دور رغابي، أنا بشوف إن دور كان مهمتي منتهي هناك في بتاع القلق، إنه كان حصل أي حاجة يقول إحنا قلقانين، نعرف عن غلغنا ونعرف عن كذا، لكن ما بيقدر يمشوا أبعد من المهم بتاع إنه يعرف عن غلغهم، لأنه زول بتاع UN ذات والمسؤولين من حقوق الإنسان هي حدود دليلين، لكن وزارة التمتاع بيعبر عن قلقه فقط. الطبق فوق بتاع الموضوع بتاع C5 ده تقريبا الناس كتبوا بحثا في قبل يومين في الديبيت اللي كان حصل بين الوالداو وأمن وجاوين. كان يعني من خلال الديبيت ده الرؤية وضح لنا تماما إنه الوالداو دي هم ما جزء من C5 ده، البرنامج اللي بتعمل ماشي ده، ولا علاقة للتمنيني بهذا البروسيس بتاع C5 الماشي يعمل نفسه في ساوث أفريقيا. لكن كان الدول كانوا يلحقوا، ممكن يلحقوا، عشان كده هم working hard بيناوروا عشان يلحقوا، وحاجة كويسة خليهم يلحقوا، لكن من غير ما يخلقوا مزايدات ويخلقوا يعني جوتا كثيرة في يحاولوا هناك. C5 هم مفهمين الحاصل في جنوب السودان تمام، وهم دي ما أول مرة يدخلوا في الملف يعني، أو يجوا مارين في الأزمة اللي حصلت في الاتفاقية المنشطة ده. قبل كده هم جو جوبا وطلبوا إنه يعني يتوسطوا إنه يحلوا النزاع الأزمة بتاع رياك مشار، والحكومة وضحت لهم التفاصيل بتاع الأزمة دي بشكل واضح يعني. على هذا الأساس هم رجعوا، ومرة ثانية مش المرة دي شافوا إن الموضوع ده ماشي كويس، وهم جو بالاقتراح بتاعهم ده. لكن الحاجة المغالطات اللي قاعدة تعمل نفسها في الموضوع ده، في مغالطات كثير يا استاذ مديد. الموضوع بتاع المحكمه الحاجين ده، المحكمه اللي عملوه خاص للازمه بتاع 2013. المحكمه دي انا واحد من الناس ما سمعت يوم رياض مشار دوري قبل ما يحصل مشكله ناصر، ما سمعت يتكلم عن هذه المحكمه. ما رياض بيتكلم عن الجيش بتاعه المفروض
يا دكتور يعقوب معلش عشان ما نقطعك، ده الجزء الكلام اللي انا قلته انه في obstruction في الاوائل بتاع تاسيس المحكمه ده واصل. انت كده دليل عشان الناس بتقول الناس اللي بيقولوا لهم ده واصل.
اي ما انت برضه انت قاعد تقول انه رياض المفروض يحكموه عشان المحكمه ده ما عمل نفسه. والشاهد انه رياض ما كان حريص، مش رياض حتى انصار رياض الناس النشطه بتاعين ايوه القاعدين في الميديا ما قاعد يتكلموا عن المحكمه ده قبل اليوم ده، يعني قبل الكلام ده، لان هم مركزين مع المحكمه، عندهم اولويات اهم من المحكمه، لان المحكمه لا بتغطي حجرهم يعني بالضروره بتغطي. يعني رياض مشار كان خلينا المحكمه هو ذات واحد من الناس حجروا يعني حيروح ورا الناي يعني. ف قبل اظن سالك سؤال السيستم، لكن السؤال كان فيه هنا جارب ناقص، انا قلت اتدخل لكن قلت ما في داعي، ده ما سؤال جاينا. هل المحكمه دي هتيجي تعمل بالقوانين بتاع بالدستور بتاع جنوب السودان وهتجي بالدستور بتاعه براو؟ اذا كان تعمل بالدستور بتاع جنوب السودان اذا يعني ما في حاجه خطيره كده المحكمه هيعملوا، يعني ما هيجيب حاجه. ثاني حاجه هذه المحكمه نلقى يرحموا على ذاتها، هو بس الا كان بيجيب قضاء غير جنوبيين يعني، بس ده المشكله فوق بجيب قضاء غير جنوبيين. خلاف كده المحكمه مطالبه تحكم بقوانين بتاع جنوب السودان، ولا كان يعملوا لهم قوانين خاص بتاعهم. القانون بيقول ما في مبدا اساس بالقانون بيقولوا القانون ما بيحكم باثر رجعي، يعني كان داير يعملوا القانون بتاعهم عملوه وقت ما يعملوا ذاك ما بيكون ما يقدر يحكم الناس في زمن الوقت ده، يعني القانون ما بيحكمني بجريمه الوقت ده ما سموه. يعني ممكن تسجل قانون الليله لجريمه انت قلته امبارح ما بيشتغل فيني لانه القانون ما كان موجود اصلا. فاذا هذه المحكمه حتعمل قانون بتاع جنوب السودان. اذا الحرص الشديد على شنو؟ الحرص الشديد على المحكمه شنو؟ بس بتجيب قضاء غير جنوبيين، لكن كلام كده الناس ما تتوقع المحكمه دي حتجيب حاجه ثانيه، مجبوره تحكم بالقوانين بتاع الدستور جنوب السودان، ما حد يتجاوزهم، لانه نحن الجنوبيين ما في حاجه كان بيحكموا وقت غير القانون ده. لكن الناس تفكر انه حتجيب قوانين جديده من راسهم وكلام كده، قوانين جديده اي قانون جديد ما يحكم، ما في قانون مش بس رجعي، ما برجع ورا يعني ما في. عشان كده موضوع المحكمه ده الناس ما يطلعوا يا اخواننا العادي ساكت. لو كان قال نادي لو محكمه دوليه ولا ده محكمه كان معلش، المحكمه الدوليه عندها قوانين جاهزه ممكن يحكموا الناس، لكن طالما راسه محكمه عجين ده بيجي بجنوب السودان بيحكم هيحكمنا بقوانيننا، يكون الكلام ده واضح لكل الجنوبيين يا اخواننا، ما حيجيب قوانين جديده من راسه، كل اللي حيجيبه بس قضاء جديدين، قضاء من افارقه من دول افريقيا ذاتهم يعني. اذا الموضوع بتاع الهجين ده موضوع بتاع الطرفين، يعني الطرفين الناس لو ما يخش فوق الجبل كده يعني يعملوا فوق ويدقوا فوق نقاره. اذا كان رياض ذاته ما مهتم به ولا ناس ديفيد بيل ولا ناس سلمان دندر ما يقولوا الكلام ده، ولا سلمون ذاتهم نشطتين قبل اليوم ده ما يتكلموا، ما قانون ده ما كلام جاب فوق الا لما انحسن موضوع الناصر وجريمه الناصر. اخواننا ليست لها علاقه بالجريمه حق بالاحداث بتاعت 2013 دي جريمه منفصله، والشعب الجنوبي لازم يسال في تحقيق عداله في هذه الجريمه يعني بكل بساطه كده. فالموضوع بتاع السي 5 نتمنى انه يشمل باقي المعارضه كلهم، نتمنى ذلك. الجري بتاع ناس الدولة ما يكون خساره ساكت، خليهم يلحقوا كان بيقدر يلحقوا، ما هي الاتفاقيه ذاتها فتح الباب على مصراعيه للناس الموقعين، نعتبرهم موقعين خليهم يخشوا. لكن كان يخش لانه يخليهم يخشوا من غير ما يعملوا ضرر في هذه الاتفاقيه المنشطه. لانه رياض ده ما نكفي تمنوني قال كلام زي قال اخواننا رياض عمل يعني مش ستيتمنت، عمل زي جايد لاين كده ده ولا خطوط كده حمراء رسمها في لما الناس في 80 لما الناس وناس كوركو قال احنا ذاتنا والله كان عندك كلام احنا ممكن نجيبه من اول اتفاقيه ذاتها. قالوا رياض لعب لنا دور الباك ما دارين نخش في اتفاقيه لانه رياض حريص على مصالحه في هذه الاتفاقيه. اي زول يخش في اتفاقيه خليه يراعي الاتفاقيه ما يقدر ما يكون خصما على الاطراف الحقيقيين في الاتفاقيه، ما يكون خصما عليهم من حق الناس. ايوه يقول يا اخواننا هناك ده اللي حاجه اللي ممكن يعمل نفسه. لكن اذا كان هم يزاودوا ودارين يجيبوا يعني يصطفوا ورا الايو ويصطفوا ورا رياك مشعر، من حق الحكومه انه يعني كمان دورها كمان انها تلعب دور انه ما تضيق عليهم المجال. من حق الحكومه ترفض كمان يعني بشكل اخر، لانه انت ما جزء من الكيس ذاك، انت ما جزء من التفاصيل ذاك. ليه انت جاي خاشي في يعني انت خليك العب دور بتاع انك تقرب المسافات وليس تبعدها. يعني عندهم جايبين لنا الليست طويل بتاع انه 1 2 3 و4 وشنو ذاك. الحاجه المهمه انا حكتني الوالده قبل شويتين، قال لي يا اخي في ناس متغربين سياسيين جابهم من كينيا وودهم جنوب السودان، وجنوب السودان الحكومه سوتهم، وكين ذاته قاعد في كينيا. يعني الكينج ده ما معارض؟ نعم
ده كينج بقى
كينج بتاع الوالده ذاته.
اوكي خلاص يلا قال لك
كينج بتاع الوالده قاعد في كينيا. مالوك كينيين ما تسلموا الكيسات. اي كيس
يا نسدين ونادل كان قبل كان متمردين. It was a war time. And if he's talking about Nazagari or Samuel Dong, these people were declared the war against the government. تفتكر وكما كان يعملوا مش ده؟
اي يعني لو لا عشان يخش في الاتفاقيه ما محتاج يكبر كيس، يعني ما محتاج يعمل له كيس واحد من كده. خليه يشوف الانترست بتاعه وين ويخش في الاتفاقيه. كان يخش اهلا وسهلا، لكن ما يعمل لنا صولات جولات في الفاضي ساكت، يعني استعراض في النهايه. دول من عضلات يا اخواننا ما بيستعرض، خليه يعمل لهم عضلات الحبه دقيقه يستعرضوا بسبب انك موقفك انت من القوه شنو يعني عشان تفرض حياتك. ولو كمان عندهم عضلات النفس خليهم يبحثوا عن اتفاقيه براهم، يعني ما يخشوا في حاجه حق الناس، خليهم يخشوا يعملوا اتفاقيه بتاعهم براهم. ده بكل بساطه كده حبيت اقوله في الكلام ده يا مجيد. انا بجيب شكرا جزيلا على الفرصه يعني.
شكرا استاذ Jack. Yeah, wonderful input. Yeah, before we come back to let me see system you are next on the line before I give you a chance. Let me give this ring. You said you have a question, so if it is a question,
I do.
Yeah, go ahead. Have your question.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have question too.
Okay, so go ahead, Ring, and then you will ask your question live, and then we go back to system.
Yeah, Edmond, I want to ask a simple question.
I'm going to get my time.
Yeah, I thought that you are waiting for Walda to come back.
No, I'm going to get my chance, and I'm going to wait after that for both.
Okay. Okay, sound good. Okay. So, Ring, go ahead with your question.
Yeah, my Edmond, Tahir Legia. I have a question here concerning the justice system in South Sudan. Is the concentration of justice based on who is killing people or who are the victims, regardless who is killing them? So let me repeat it again. Is the concentration of justice based on who is killing people or who are the victims, regardless who is killing them? I'm asking this question because we have victims that nobody even talking about them. We have some officers who were detained and they never been taken to the court. People like Christoton, Magadid, Simon Aboja. I don't know whether you are aware of their case. You remember before there was Isaiah Abram was killed in cold blood, Boldeng Mayan, and many more like Agri and Dong Samuel, and many sons of Awil, they were burned alive, and nobody even talk about that case. So it's okay if Salva Kiir killing people. It's not okay if Riek Machar kill people. Is that the criteria? And I will yield mic back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let them move. Lion, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you for giving me back in again. Edwin Ekani, my question is that before you say that while you people, you are in the room with the rest of South Sudanese plus all Africans, you say how did the incident of Nasser happen? And none of you could actually answer. You actually say it was the failure of security arrangement. How did it happen when the security arrangement failure? How did it happen today to end it up in the hand of the Tuareg alone? When we know the Artigunu government, all of them, they have a dirty end in this. Instead of holding the deployment of those forces, and then they went ahead of enforcing them, and now they come back and blaming one man. In the spirit of peace that is there in Artigunu, in Araxes, the powers were given, and I was so surprised. The African Union is still called Dr. Riek as a first vice president in that peace agreement, while he already been suspended. So is there a contradictory there in that? So I want to know more about that. Thank you.
I know the content of your question. What I said it. Just let me pick it up for me. I hear you. Thank you. Madid?
Yeah, go ahead. You pick up from there.
Let me pick up from there. Not the Benasadina or Haga. The Jamana, let me speak in the middle of what I know and what I can stand for it. Hajarana Bayarifu, we give alone. When the hybrid court was negotiated, the idea of the hybrid court merged when? It came when the Commission of Inquiry established by AU, because there were a lot of leveling accusations في 2014 في الأوائل في أوائل في نص 2014 للأوائل 2015. So African Union Commission, a commission of inquiry, which all of us are aware, collected data, collected everything, and within the Commission of Inquiry of AU, they also investigated if justice is to prevail, what is required. So the Commission of Inquiry have not ignored in understanding what is the content or what are the sub, because the or justice on atrocities that may be described as a war crime, crime against humanity, or genocide. They investigated and they looked into the institutional setup of the court of legal, the judiciary of South Sudan institutions. How are they set up in terms of capacity of the institution, the human resource that can all into account. All of us are aware. And I want to know what's time to Muraja. But who come to Bahajat? Why? You confirm Mahkama Hajim. Why is it called hybrid? It's not a hybrid by the nature of the law. It is hybrid by the nature of practice for judicial services. The Manasradin Ganga had given Godam in Barra. That was high. Some of the international treaties we are state party to it. The convention we are state party to it. And some of the values of those conventions are missing in our existing laws because our laws have to undergo reforms as the agreement requires. Our judiciary have to undergo reforms. That's why there is a Judiciary Reform Commission. And some of you might have seen the Judiciary Reform Commission was not headed by South Sudanese, was headed by Ugandan, Kenyan, and they hand over the report officially to His Excellency President, and they are ex-judiciary retired people from the region. So because of that judicial reform, that's what say, let's speed the word, let's put out the hybrid court. Yana baadaye Nasruddin kama languta yenu jibeni kulbidaya na kulbidaya inu there's obstruction. And a good obstruction na loma tafizo chani mahakama asbita ni subutiat indi subutiat. Kan woki dek inu malum alja hawul mahakama hajinda is targeting big fish. Tekan kala manas bugudin the target is big fish. Kokula iso sabne su big fish wagga bidal mahakama da. So wakano ayo wolo IG wolo sowa wolo FD wolo ayo wolo OPP. Kan aisul sabne su big fish dan kan de malum al awal tala inu mahakama da takasu hagule big fish. Beragmain lakinas nuffisu atrocities huma big fish. They are mere soldiers, but they have committed something that is outside the law. All of us will never agree for them to work free, regardless of their status. And then the hybrid, the reporter Obasanjo, Akadino Finas, Mingerota, Mistake of Jirima, Hatta Finas Medinin, Beteria Germo Basher, first solution is a Jirima. That's why Tivagata Betarata to Sorju. في حالة كتمحكم على الأجين وبعدين في commission truth and reconciliation وفي compensation reparation. ده كان نقاش طلع the transitional justice أو العدالة الانتقالية. يبقى اتحاد الأفريقي. I want to repeat myself. African Union knows government of South Sudan exists. African Union knows that South Sudan is a sovereign state. African Union knows that South Sudan have laws in existence. African Union knows that South Sudan has human resource. It is a sense of respect of the status of the Republic of South Sudan and the government, regardless of the individuals there. They have to accord that because that is for the citizen. According to them, they say, these are the documents that the agreement say. And by the way, African Union is only developing the legal framework for the function of the court. As in Kida, they mean Haiswal Eteram. Just a sense of respect and reason, they gave it to the Minister of Justice. Can you look into the legal framework so that you're concerned that this legal framework is not contradicting any of your existing law, is not contradicting any of your constitutional value, is not contradicting, so that if there's anything wrong that goes there, advise us before we move further. That's when this paper was received, it was self. This paper was received, it was self. Why it was self? Because Malum Altala Inu, this is a big fish business. Fawukida can pay Garat Mustarak Ben Azapar Wakati Pagada. Inu Mavi Zoder Kalaman. Ya Ahuna ya Nesradin. Del Hetainu Pitagarob Kulan Nas Sakatuan. Na kita banyak ujar jadi mabiga Zahar. Famakam hajin dama jaya mina sekre macam mina farat. Mibni ala al-usus al-qawanin nindana, mibni ala muasasiyah al-qanuniyah nindana, mibni ala muarad al-bashariyah nindana, وأكثرهم كذلك بنجيب غداء. عندهم خبرة في تجرب إنه كيف يحكموا قضايا ما يسمينه جرائم الحرب أو جرائم ضد الإنسانية أو إبادة جماعية. القضاء كده في المحكمة جنوب السودان ما حصل. This is the only level, and that's why our government accepts. And it's not anybody, it's the current leaders. They accepted it. So just that's my answer on the hybrid courts. That's what I would like to bring forward. That I don't want to debate and I don't want to repeat myself explaining it several times. But as another answer question to incident and answer there, let me show you what the lesson we had. You know, when we went to states, and one thing I've discovered with South Sudanese is that when we're inside our country, we want to tear our country into pieces. The moment we leave our country, we go outside, we become concerned, audience, and we start getting the truth. Most of the Africans during the AU summit, and I want to give this without pronouncing a name. There's one elder who's an Ethiopian who intentionally came from the village to the summit and said, I want to talk to the South Sudanese. It happened among the Ethiopian generals who were then fighting. Ethiopian soldiers who are fighting, not just soldiers. South Sudanese, this word general goes everywhere. He's a soldier who fought and is known to quite a number of leaders. He came, he faced a group of people, I don't pronounce the names of the people here. He asked them, do you know me? Some people say, we don't know you. He said, I'm so and so. I was with you people in this front line. I was with you people in this front line. And you say, we have bonds of our own brothers and sisters who stood with you. Because by then we value you like us. What went wrong? That now on your own, you are putting your country into this image. I will not tell you, one of the people he met now know him, and they shake hands, and he said the tears. I don't say names. Now, what happened? They asked, why are you so rigid on your own national issues? Why are you so aggressive? As if when we took side with you, you don't have objective of why you need to have a country. Then one person came and said, if you could have taken a sober position on the incident of Nasser is within the parameters of the agreement. It was not out of blue. It is part of argument around how do we respect the values of the agreement. Why don't you sort out yourselves? And brothers and sisters up here, down there, I want to tell you, I attended the last meeting of the president, personally. Personally, I attended the last meeting of the presidency. And some of you might have seen a picture where we're giving a statement. I'm in the middle. One of my hand side is McCoy. One of my hand side is this Minister of Petroleum, Potkan. I was inside the meeting. I know how hot the room was between the second president and first vice president. And I stood up. I told them, the citizen outside there does not expect you, with all the lives you lost, to talk like this. And this is before the incident of Nasser, by the way. Could get to the worst before Majur could die. This is before. I wanted this is before. I was alive between the two principals. And I knew the meeting of too many. Bolmel want to say, keep quiet in the meeting. President said, no, let him talk as a citizen. We didn't invite him here because of anything. We invited him because he represents an entity. And then what do you want? I told them, you need to meet and sort out those soldiers down there in Nasser. If they are IO, they are White Army, they are SSPTF, they are Aguelec, they are Abu Shuluk, these are all South Sudanese. Why should we use our own revenue? We buy with the bullets and we make them kill themselves. This is before the incident, by the way. I want to make a testimony. And I want to take really the element of speaking to you as a person who I feel we still have an opportunity. What happened? Does the spoilers respect that? Does the spoilers take that serious? They orchestrate it. They design the spoilers, and I don't pronounce who is a spoiler here. And this is why I agree with the system. I don't know what system you're listening. I agree with the system that our tribes have no problem. Some individuals want to abuse a tribe for political gain. Some individuals want to abuse a tribe for relevance. Some individuals want to abuse a tribe for having an attention. Some individuals want to abuse a tribe because they want to go somewhere. But that's not the objective that our tribes have agreed upon. In the spaces like this, we can call them. But when you go to them, they'll tell you, no, my friend, don't misuse us. Yeah, Jamana, the reality is we cannot compromise with. Let me tell you, if you want to lay down a strong foundation is laid down on values. If one of our values is not justice, if one of our values is justice in selective manner, if one of our values is justice that because we want to be in protective position, if one of our values of justice is because we want to teach them a lesson through justice system, we will not set a good value. That's why we are lectured. I know the members who are in the summit can't tell you, but in the summit we are lectured all to feel so ashamed of ourselves that we are unable to look into the hardcore issue. I'm sorry, we really look too childish in that space. And they tell us, here is the point. You don't want us, we don't want you. Please, summit is end. You can go back home, sort out yourself, but don't come and call us. And they took and say, I wish we have a space to go and collect the remnants of the bonds and bring them back before you abuse, because we have never collected them. It was really very simple, brother. So what am I trying to convey here? I'm trying to convey. And that's why if you see the communique, Nasruddin, you ask our role, civil society, I don't know if you look carefully at the communique and the position of the statements. I want to bind this. Remember, there's a pronouncement of political retreat. I just want to confirm. Well, a system or anybody can confirm. You saw where the pronouncement of political retreat was, isn't it? Or Madid, if you follow the summit.
Yes.
The speech of Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, can pronounce the political retreat, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, I have it. I pull it up. I want to play it next after you finish.
Yep. Now, the question you need to ask logically, and this goes to Nasruddin about our role. Why the political retreat is not repeated in the official communique? If we want to fix South Sudan, does it need us to fly to Rome? Does it need us to fly to South Africa? Does it need us to fly somewhere? And if we want to fix an issue of the political retreat is among the parties who form the government, do we need to transfer the government somewhere to fix them? So we are saying, separate between mediation that brings in the non-signatory and other actors from fixing the differences among the parties. The difference among the parties who are in Juba, no God mami na mamwati ndara guide na very name to makuda na yadu ena. Let's fix ourselves, we correct ourselves, you form the entity, then you go for the mediation. The given Nasruddin Bulia Nasral Jarin and Mum Laijin. If you see in the communique, the final one, the word retreat was not enshrined because what does the retreat mean? What does the intent of the retreat? If the intent of the retreat is to put things inside the house into an order, do you need to transfer this house anywhere? So these are some of the analysis I want to bring to your attention when you look at the speeches of the head of states and you look at the communique and you compare the shifts either in language or in concepts that were there in the speeches didn't surface the communique, or you look at the speech of a written speech of one of the head of states and look at the communique, certain things in the speeches that surface the communique because there's a quite number of also negotiations that are going on. And Nasruddin, this is the role we've been playing because our aim is that South Sudanese must own the country that we struggle for. And we must be part of it. And that does not mean there's no difference, there are differences. So my answer to the person who asked about Nasser cases are supposed to be dealt with citizens. If there's investigation have to go to that situation. If there's anything went wrong, you go back because we are so much weakened when somebody else give us exactly what they see, what went wrong, where are you wrong, where SSPDF is wrong, where politicians are wrong, and where we avoid the reality, we create a camouflage, where that camouflage leads us to where we are now. It was really very simple. It was really insulting us. That we can see somebody telling us, hey, you know it, but why do you do this? So for me, it's a question of us taking responsibility. But taking responsibility does not mean we should suppress the demand for justice. And the demand for justice should not be selective. The demand for justice should not make somebody walk away that, I'm proud of that selective justice. We need to make sure al-irtikab al-jarima ganun yakub majrahu asanikon hisa le ajela. By the way, let me ask you, our call here for justice is to prevent justice for us today, but it's also to teach generations to come, not to repeat the same mistake. As nasal giants mustaqbal ma yikir nasal qata da lo yumshat inu fi nas kan gablin amal qata zira akomum mahma kana wazai bota punfi. So for me, that's just what I would like to conclude with, that it is us to sit down. It is us to handle. The pains are equally shared. The demand for justice are equally shared. And that's what I'm saying. One of my messages is that splitting justice and peace and justice, go with them in the manner that you respect what you commit yourself to. So the difference here that I want to bring forward, the analogy that the status of Riek is having two ends is what people doesn't want to look at it. Is that his status in the line of agreement? Is that his status where he is accused? And that's why technically in the communique, if you say you have the communique, you can look at the communique. Let me, even I have it here with me. Let me read for you the communique. I have it just as I'm still with you. The point that I want to stress about the elections, Madid, you leave that point of releasing the detainees. There's this point number, allow me to look at it. There's a point number where they put AU, where AU Commission. Here, point number 6. Let me read point number 6. So that at least what I'm stressing so much comes to everybody's attention and read. Point number 6 read as follows. The summit of the AUC5 directed the African Commission to coordinate, collaborate with the relevant institutions of Artigono to develop a clear roadmap for elections, to promote technical and financial assistance to create conducive environment for the organization of free, credible, and inclusive election by December 2026, including all citizens eligible to participate in the elections. What I want to insist is AU Commission was directed to coordinate and collaborate, which is part of the R-Access, to develop a roadmap. That development of the roadmap of the elections is going to create a lot of things that are going to be detailed, what is meant by the roadmap. So for me, we have opportunities. I just ask us that let us focus. Let us focus. And that's why if you see also the community was not on the case of the courts. Why? Because the certain values are going. So for me, those are the things that I'd like to just bring to your attention, that more we need to share. I don't think that there's somebody who is an expert than anybody else here. All of us here are experts, but we need to share ideas and knowledge to generate a middle ground, that this middle ground will take us to the South Sudan that we want. And if we're going to the South Sudan that we want, we don't allow perpetrators, or we don't allow people with that clean hearts to abuse our working for the South Sudan we want. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Idamun. And also there is another important too, number 8, Idamun, is very important. It said they request a member state, particularly the C5, to scale up support to South Sudan, including deployment of technology or expert on disarmament and demobilization or reintegration and on the security sector reform, as well as provide financial and legal support to the government and related institutions to support the government's effort to facilitate the holding of inclusive, peaceful, fair, free and fair and credible elections as scheduled. Can you respond that very quick before we play
this proposal, Madi? Madi, this proposal came from Rwanda.
Okay.
Because Kagame didn't attend. Kagame didn't attend. Is a Rwandan prime minister who attend. So what he questions, also he questioned, and this goes to what Dewal was saying in the beginning, that where is AU here? The Rwandans say, look here, since the financial capacity and strength of South Sudan is limited, let us also take responsibility to help them. So that's why this point was raised, that they deploy experts for disarmament, they deploy experts to help the security sector reform, but also within that discussion, there was a plan whereby some of the AUC5 have said they can open their police colleges, their military colleges for transformation of the universal forces. So instead of you waiting for training on permanent side, certain positions like ranks, maybe in Musota, Mulazimawel, Mulazimatania, Kapaten, their brigadiers, they can be taken to their colleges in their country, then they undergo the professionalism, then they will be sent back. And this happened to our migration Rwandans have done. They took our migration police, trained them on how to administer migration and everything, then they are brought to the AF. So they say, let them also help us, whereby they can open their colleges, they can ask, okay, who are your police? They say, here are the police that represent us all. Take them there. Train them, graduate them there, and bring them back to get enrolled into the institutions. These are some of the ideas. So African Union in this, the C5 is coming big supportive in terms of providing financial resources and support. But of course, the elephant in the room, it is the fate of the first vice president. Is he clean? Should he be tried? Should he be out? That is what we're supposed to debate among ourselves as South Sudanese, and we handle it. How do we handle that? Because also that is a hook that outside the world is saying, look here, we are ready to help you, but what about this? And that's why the concept of the political retreat was switched from the communique, which surfaced in the pronouncement of the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, who is the chairperson of the summit of AUC 5+ on South Sudan situation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let us listen to the president. Yeah, hang on. So let us listen to President Ramaphosa, his speech, and then you guys continue with discussion.
Meet as we are now, Your Excellency, heads of state and government, and Your Excellency, President Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of South Sudan, and in his absence, the Secretary General of the United Nations, who is also represented, Your Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, whom I will allow to speak soon after my remarks, as he has to leave, Your Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adeyo, the AU Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, Your Excellency President Ismail Omar Guelleh, President of the Republic of Djibouti and Chairperson of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, Your Excellency Workney Gebeyu, Executive Secretary of IGAD, and Excellency Veronica Nduvo, Secretary General of the East African Community, ministers, ambassadors, and ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to say welcome to this high-level committee meeting of South Sudan, the C5. I wish to thank you, my dear brother, President Salva Kiir, for having taken the trouble to travel all the way from Juba, and for your presence here today. It is a demonstration of President Salva's commitment to peace and stability in his country, South Sudan. This is a landmark event being convened jointly with the United Nations, IGAD, and the East African Community. This committee has not met at the level of heads of state since 2018 on the margins of the 31st ordinary session of the AU Assembly. This was the same year that the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan was signed. 8 years later, implementation of the revitalized agreement, we must say, remains slow. As guarantors, which we are, of the revitalized agreement, and as sister countries, which we also are, we are here to support the peace process in South Sudan, the youngest member of our union. We felt it was vital that we extend the meeting to include members of states from IGAD and the IGAD Secretariat, considering that they are primary regional mediators of the revitalized agreement. Furthermore, the C5 was established to enhance the mediation efforts of IGAD and to support that process. Allow me to acknowledge the critical role played by the United Nations mission in South Sudan, UNMISS, since 2011. UNMISS has been supporting the peace process, preventing conflict, protecting civilians, and facilitating humanitarian access. We thank the Secretary General of the United Nations, whom I had a very good meeting with, discussing this very matter yesterday, and for his continued support, and we look forward to the contribution of the UN. Ethiopia, Kenya, and Uganda are outside of the C5 but are heavily invested in the stability of South Sudan, and it is critical that we coordinate efforts with them as well. This year is a pivotal one for South Sudan, with the elections set for December 2026. We welcome the government of South Sudan's stated intention to hold these elections and to convene a national dialogue to resolve outstanding issues before elections are held. The people of South Sudan yearn to live in a peaceful and prosperous country, and elections alone will not guarantee lasting peace. Firstly, a conducive political and security environment is vital, and it must be created. Violence and conflict at any stage will undermine confidence and also derail the process. Secondly, the political processes such as the national dialogue and the legal processes must be genuinely inclusive, leaving no one behind, no structure behind. They must bring together all signatories and stakeholders to the revitalized agreement so that decisions that have to be taken must reflect broad ownership, credibility, and legitimacy. The C5 Plus Summit, which we are holding now, must send a clear, unified message that calls on all stakeholders to enter into dialogue without delay. We wish to encourage measures that will build unity and reconciliation, including understanding for reconciliation where appropriate. The C5 supports the proposal that the chairperson of the AU Commission should appoint a former head of state to mediate amongst the signatory parties to the revitalization agreement and to facilitate dialogue amongst all parties. We stand ready to support mediation, to monitor implementation, and to coordinate our efforts. A focused oversight mechanism involving the C5 and IGAD will really help to track progress and report back to the heads of state. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the choices made in the coming months will determine whether South Sudan moves towards a durable peace or back into the cycles of instability. We need to act with urgency. We also need to act with courage and unity. Let us use this summit to foster a process that delivers inclusive dialogue, free, fair, and credible elections, and sustainable peace for the people of South Sudan. We should, as we do all this, be able to listen to what the people of South Sudan themselves have to say. Today gives us an opportunity to be able to listen keenly to the progress that they are making and the roadmap that they are setting out for South Sudan and the processes that they are getting involved in to make sure that they move to elections and to move towards a durable dialogue and how they intend to build a peace for the people of South Sudan. more than anything else, rather than for us to be unduly interfering, we should listen to the people of South Sudan and to give counsel where counsel is deserved. So I look forward to our discussions, and I thank you.
Okay, so there you have it, guys. So you hear from South Africa President speech. So now let us go back to the line. So who Hali, Madam First Lady, and then we go to system.
Far away from me, well, okay, Madid, that Amal, but I do all, you know.
You are after Tudukura.
Hey, Madida?
Yes.
Madid, did you receive another letter that they clarified what they said about Nigeria president or deputy to release Dr. Riek? They did clarify that because of 10-week talk.
No,
did you get that letter?
No, this is the speech during the C5 meeting in Addis. Yes, I have a video from at work here with me. That's the next video that I want to play. So I don't know what letter you're talking about, 1956.
Yeah, there is a letter that they are responding about what IO are saying, that Nigeria demand for Dr. Riek to be released. And they did respond back that what they were saying is just an opinion. It's not a demand.
Is it a letter coming from African Union or is coming from government of South Sudan?
Coming from them, from C5.
Oh,
it was last night, actually.
Oh, I didn't get that. I didn't get it.
Yeah.
I didn't get that letter. Yeah, I didn't get that. It's been very important. That letter
I'm sending it to the wall.
Okay, and while you can forward it to me too. I don't know even if you received that letter. I didn't receive that letter yet. Okay, so let us. I know you guys have been waiting too long, and we need to short it. Let us move very quick. So, First Lady is coming. System. A term you are under. You are going after Turkura. So that's how I see on my screen here, unless my screen is messed up. So, First Lady, go ahead with your...
Okay.
Yeah, First Lady, go ahead with your 7 minutes. Madam Allen? Okay, if Madam Allen is not there, yeah, go ahead, System, with your 7 minutes.
Thank you. شكرا جزيلا brother مديد أن الناس الفروم كلهم. خلينا نسلم على brother إدمون يوكياكاني. يا جماعة روم ده روم مهم شديد. طبعا حسب الكلام اللي سمعناه من السبيش بتاع البريزيدنت بتاع ساوث افريكا. الشغل بتاع C5 الشغل بتاعه ده طبعا شغل بتاع المونيتورنج اند كوردينيشن، ده شغل بتاع ماستر. عكس الكلام القبيل اللي كان بيقولوا براذر لوال هو كان داير دخلنا قال لو ما في كلام ده نخش في UN وUN كانسل will take responsibility and all these things. ده ما يدوك موضوعنا كله. الموضوعنا هسه عشان ما نجور الكلام كثير ندخل ناس تاني كمان في التوبيك سريع. تكلمنا كثير بايشو بتاع ريليزنج بتاع دكتوريات، وده طبعا ده كلام طويل. ده داير التوبيك براو لو كلمنا فوق هيجور ساعه كامل. انا بعرف مدى نابشو وار ارسس. خلينا نجي شويه في UPA and سوما because الكلام ده طبعا حسب الكلام اللي طلع هنا الناس المشاركين دي ناس بتاع ارسس دي الاطراف اللي دايرينهم هنا في ساوث افريكا. لكن في ماي اون اناليسيس طبعا عارفين دكتور رياك مشار عنده تشارجز وعمل محاولات عشان يطلع منه، لكن المحكمه طبعا صعب عشان يطلعوا طبعا. وكلام بتاع honorable attorney minister of information كان clear انه طبعا ما بكون في بريشر. ده ريكوست. ساوث السودان عنده خيارين، ممكن يقبل وممكن ما يقبل. كويس، ده ما ماست كلام بتاع ريليزنج بتاع دكتور رياك مشار. لو دكتور رياك ما ماشي طبعا في الجوبتي بتاعه قاعد اللي هو، لانه الجوبتي بتاعه قاعد يشاكل حاليا يعود في البوش فورمر سبيكر بتاع برلمان يعود قاعد يشاكل هسه يعود شاكل ايو ووايد امي في وور الماشي ده هسه. فهو عنده ممكن يمشي يعمل ريبريزنت لايو لانه الباورز في يده. اذا مثلا دكتور رياك ما عملوا ريليس فور اكزامبل، القرار ده قرار في يد حكومه بتاع جنوب السودان. ده كلام الاول. اما بالنسبه لل الاذرز لايك اليو بي ممكن يخش في ايشو بتاع دايلوج، لانه الناس كان بيتكلم انه يكون في دايلوج بين الجنوبيين. فهم انا شايف السكرتير العام اللي هو السكرتير جنرال بتاع اليو بي اي الوالداو هم قاعدين يقول they are ready for peace and it is a very good step. ده خطوه جميل جدا and I welcome that. اللي يجوا ويجي يعمل شنو حوار مع شنو مع ويلحقوا في قطار بتاع الار ارسس ويكون جزء اساسي من الاجريمنت اللي بيجي بينتهي ليتا بشنو بالإلكشن في شهر 12 2026. ده حاجه المهم في الموضوع ده. الموضوع الكبير هسه حاليا بتاع اليو بي اي ده كلامه كويس يا براذر ادمون. لو ان شاء الله تسمعني ادمون، في كلام هسه ماشي لك عشان تفهم كلام طبعا انت ما اتكلم فيه بعد شويه. في موضوع بتاع السوما بالنسبه للاجريمنت ده، طبعا الموقف بتاع سوما واضح اللي هو فوقه جروب توماس شيريلو وناسيمانو رجاوين. هم بيقول انه الاجريمنت ده اجريمنت بين بريستن سلفاكير ميارديت والرئيس بتاع ساوث افريكا او مثلا مع سي 5 عشان يكون في امبلمنتيشن لاجريمنت بتاعت ار ار سيس بتاع 2018. وهم بيقولوا انه الاجريمنت ده ناس ماشيين يتكلموا في سنسس، ماشيين يتكلموا في الكشن كويس، يونيفيكيشن اوف ذا فورسز. الكلام ده قال ما كويس، ما وما دايرين الكلام ده، يعني هم ما بارت من الاجريمنت ده حسب كلام اللي قاعدين يقولوا. المشكله اللي بواجه الناس هنا البارتيسيبيشن اوف سوما هنا، لانه ناس سوما انا قاعد اشوف انهم شدد، هم دايرين يقوموا يكون عندهم another agreement برا من agreement بتاع السي 5 اللي دايرين يعملوا في ساوث افريكا، لانه هم خايفين قالوا فاتوا ساوث افريكا هيمشي يدخلون في كلام ده زي ما شايفين يوم ده يورو من الخرطوم وكده agreement 2018 ده عملوا في خرطوم، شايفينه جنرال توماس شيريلو نجا هناك بشنو باجو، لكنه كان بارت اوف شنو اوف سوا، لكن جاء طلع منه يوم ده مشى عمل شنو الموفمنت بتاعهم ده، وهم يعني بقى شنو بقى مشددين في الكلام بتاعهم ده. الحاجات اللي بيقولوا يا جماعه ناس سوما دي حاجات ما بوقفوا شنو السلام. هم بيتكلموا انه قال جيش قبلي، اوكي يا جماعه ده حاجه ما بوقف السلام، لانه الجيش ده فرض امر الواقع. لو شفتوا الجيش توماس شيريلو هسه حاليا ولا وايد امي مثلا ولا اي جيش، الجيش الفرض امر الواقع، الوضع خلي الجيش ده يكون قاعد هناك، انت عملت سلام معه ده تعالوا بعدها كلنا كجنوبيين زي ما قالوا اخوي يكاني قبل شويه،
let us own agreement. حاجات أنا بتاع جنوب السودان ممكن نجي نعمل discuss inside. ده حاجات very simple. نجي نقعد برانا كجنوبين ونقول يا جماعة الموضوع بتاع الجيش ده موضوع صعب شديد، ممكن نبتل لنا حاجة اسمه الكلية الحربية. زمان في الخرطوم في حاجة اسمه كلية. حاجات ده بيعملوا عشان الجيش ده يكون عنده مصنع بتاعه. يعني نطلع الجيش دايرينه بمزاجنا حاجة نحن دايرينه. انت يا ده تيجي تعمل المصنع بتاعك داير يعطوا حاجة وداير يعطوا حاجة انت تيجي تعمله. ايشو بتاع الكونستيتيوشن وحاجات زمان وكده البيس اجريمنت الناس هم بيقولوا دايرين مثلا يعمل كونستيتيوشن اول وكلام كثير ده كله. حاجات ما بوقف شنو البيس. يا جماعه البيس بتاع 2005 اللي كان عملوه في نيروبي اللي هو كونفرنس بيس اجريمنت. الحركه الشعبيه ما قال انه لدى نعمل كونستيتيوشن اول هناك في 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 في, في خرطوم او نعمل الجيش بتاع الخرطوم ده يشيلوا كله برا ونجيب جيش جديد بعد يكون في بيس. اذا ده ما بيس كده بورينا لو اجينست بيس. ده كلام اللي قاعد اشوف من جروب بتاع سوما والكلام ده قاعد يقولوا له في زول بتاع سوما قاعد معنا خليه يجي شوف ده خليه يجي فوقنا ويجي يقول لنا كلام الصح. فهنا البيس الماشي في ساوث افريقيا ده بيس بتاع ريفيتلايز بيس اجريمنت بتاع 2018 ده البيس الماشي. والبيس ده بيجي بينتهي ب فري اند فير الكشن وده نحن طبعا واثقين طبعا الحركه الشعبيه والحكومه بتاعت جنوب السودان حريص انه يكون في شنو في الكشن والكشن ده بيكون فير اند فري. ما بيكون في مشكله اصلا في الموضوع ده. نجي نقعد نشوف الطريقه ممكن نعمل شنو الكشن ده يكون فير اند فري نطلعه لانه ده واحد من متطلبات بتاعت بيس اجريمنت بتاعت 2018. اخر رساله بتاعي طبعا ماشي لناس السيفل سوسايتي. اخونا ادمون يكانو قاعد معنا هنا. يا اخوي ادمون كلامك جميل كلامك كويس لكن ادير اقول لك شنو كمان لما تتكلم في معلش الستيتمنت بتاعك مرات قاعد اشوف الستيتمنت بتاعك سام تايم زي انت مرات تعمل سبورت للطرف الثاني وما كويس. انت يعني انتوا شغلكم ده انتوا يا ده تعمل شنو؟ تجيبوا ناس توجذر. انتوا زي ناس كنيسه انتوا زي ناس تشاتش. ده وي قاعد نشوفكم هسه حاليا ناس تاع كنيسه بيجيب الناس كله بيصلوا مع الناس كله مع بعض وهذول الناس بيجيبوا الحاجه اسمه ريكونسيليشن بيتكلموا عن ريكونسيليشن ناس بيقولوا مع بعض شغلكم كويس. اما بالنسبه للريكونسيليشن داير يعملوا ده ناس بيقول داير يعملوا ريكونسيليشن among tribes. I don't see في مشكله within tribes. الجنوب السودان ما عنده مشكله بين القبائل. الليدرز لو عملوا ريكونسيليشن فوق هناك ده ريكونسيليشن بتاعنا ذات كويس. لو شفنا الليدرز بتاعنا they're greeting themselves. كمان هنا كمان نمسك يدينا كمان انا واخوي مكير اللي قاعد جنبينا نمسك يدينا ونكون سوا ما بكون لنا مشكله اصلا. فالمشكله الليدرز بتاعنا هم قالوا نمشي كده نحن بنمشي ورا. زول سبورترز بتاعه السلام انتوا سبورترز ونحن وي ار سبورتنج السلام وفي ناس they are supporting السلام ايوه زي المكير ديل وناس civil society زي هذول ناس ادمون يكاني هم قاعدين معنا كمان دايرين دور كمان يكون دور محايد في النص ما ياخذ ولا طرف. زي ما كلام اللي قاعد يقول انه الجاستس ما يكون فيه سيلكتيف للجاستس وده كلام ناس ده قاعد يقولوا انت الكلام ده بعد شويه تسمع من اخوي مكير بعد شويه بيقول انه في سيلكتيف لشنو للجاستس. ما في حاجه اسمه سيلكتيف للجاستس. انت عملته كرايم تاخذ الجريمه بتاعك انت عملته. ما في زول بيعملوا شنو انه زول ده يعني وكويس وزول ما كويس. فده حاجه المهمه ده نشارك فيه في الموضوع ده. ريليز لدكتور ريك مشار ده يا جماعه ده ما يكون يا ده المشكله يوقف لنا السلام. مشار يقعد لو الحكومه سمح له بعد شويه باذن ممكن لو ما سمح له يقعد زي ما قالوا يقعد جوا هناك ويرسل النائب بتاعه يمشي يعمل ريبريزنت لانه نفس الكلام بتاعهم ده واحد مكتوب في ورقه.
I think ما بكون في مشكله. وبعد ذاك الحاجه بيجي بيعمل نفسه في المحكمه ذاك بيجي بيشوفوا بعد ذاك فيما بعد. فانا بجيب كده خلي الفرصه يمشي لقدام لانه شايف اللاين طويل والناس وقفوا طويل. So much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, system. Let me move ahead very quick. The next speaker is Tulkura. 5-7 minutes, and then Tim Konjuk Geredi.
Yeah, shukran, Madid. Brother system, طبعا na civil society del ناس اللي بيقولوا لهم جماعة بتاع الضغط، فهم ما ناس وساطة أو بيكونوا في نص، لكن ناس جماعة الضغط بيكونوا نادا. هم بيقول أي حاجة هم بيشوفوا يعني لمصلحة بتاع المواطنين، فعشان كده سموهم بالcivil society. بالنسبة لتوبيك توبيك يا جماعة، في نظرية أنا بشوف فوق جنوب السودان، دولة جنوب السودان زي كانوا بيوت بتاع اللعبة زمان لما كنا عيال صغار، كان في بيوت بتاع الليب نحن بنقولوا نادان which is in English toy house. For South Sudan became like a toy house. Anybody want to play with it, and anybody have an opinion, not like an sovereign state. C5 is an African country which they may have non-genuine opinion about the South Sudan, and they might wanted to prolong the disability in South Sudan for their advantage. As we know, we're surrounded by too many states. You might call them sometimes they are friends states, but they are not. When we see when the South Sudan started, 2012, it started with a very strong economy. South Sudan pound was on top of every currency in Africa. So our neighbors are not happy. The new state could be stronger in the way they are. Secondly, we have too many resources. Where in a country that have a lot of resources, all eyes of the world are on it. Feeling jealousy of them. Third, people of the South Sudan are very strong, determined people. So if they are left alone, peacefully, after a few years, they will be on top of Africa, and they don't want. That is why they play with the South Sudan. For example, the issue of a two army. Before, one sovereign state cannot have a two army, because two army in one state mean that the sovereign is divided. It will be conflict, and that is why we see the conflict until today is not ending, because of divided sovereignty in one state. And they did it by purpose to set up South Sudan to be disabled for long. And they are not stopping. They are trying every time. Like this request that they ask South Sudan government to release accused person under trial to be released. This is, I think, is not a respect. They are not respecting South Sudan as a sovereign state. Any state have their laws, their constitution, their guide. For their sovereignty. They are not supposed to ask South Sudan to release any person under law trial. That is why I'm asking. I'm saying that those people, they don't have a genuine opinion about South Sudan. I see if Riek is released today, I don't think Riek will stop. He will continue, and he will join the bush immediately. And that is the reason why the problem happened in Nasser. It was a plan from Riek by himself, thinking that he will be allowed to go to Nasser to talk to the White Army. And if he was allowed to go to Nasser to talk to White Army, which is his headquarters of Nasser faction, he will go and declare that he is not going back to Juba. That was a thinking of Riek. Riek involved in that violence, I'm sure. So it's not logic today to be released without investigation properly. Second, similar request was done before in 2014. Group 10 was requested by Kenyan president to be released, and they got released. And what happened when they got released, we know. the same amnesty was granted to James Gadet. James Gadet got released, and he denied that his jail was political motivated. So he will not thank the president who released him. So that is how it is. South Sudan should be stronger in their opinion and stand firm, because they are a sovereign state. They could not be ordered around by external forces. It doesn't work, because the strength of the state is their stand firm behind their sovereignty. That is the strength of the state. If we allow foreign forces to interfere, they will not stop. They will not stop, even they will interfere later into our politics. So I see that African C5 don't have right to ask the sovereign state to do so, and that is what I see. Our brothers who are asking for Riek release, I think they know the truth, but because for their own benefit, they know, they are asking.
To the Kura, you have 1 minute. You over your minute.
And that is called a conflict of interest. Too many people in South Sudan, civilian, have been affected by this violence of affiliated people of Riek Machar. So they don't want the law to take its course, not to be played around. And if the government played around, government is playing with the South Sudanese lives. That is what I can say, and I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Kunjo, pick up your mic, but go ahead. Katem.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and you have gone in the right order. Gibel, I thought, because I had some phone calls, so I thought I was called and I was away. Greetings to all of you, the moderators, everyone in the room. I take this chance to thank South Sudan Eagle Media and Brother Madid in particular for always bringing burning issues to social media, especially Clubhouse and Facebook. I would say again, thank you, Brother Edmund, for standing up for truth. If you remember a few months ago, that's last year, I told you that you will have a lot of challenges from both sides. Those who are supporting Key, those who are supporting Riek, and the people in between. When you say something that is in line inside of President Kiir, the opposition will call you somebody who has been bribed, or is somebody who is partisan, someone who is partisan, taking my part. If you say something that is against Dr. Riek, because it's the truth, the oppositions, those of Macaria, will say you are just a government supporter. That's normal. If you want to stand up for truth, you always have those challenges. But kudos, I really appreciate the way you are handling yourself. The question is a very good one. Will C5 members convince government to release Riek Machar? To me, yes, it's a good question. I'm not saying they are going to convince or not. It doesn't matter to me as a South Sudanese. The question to me is, would this release, if he's released, would it bring peace to our people, the needed security that we need in the country? Would it allow our people to move forward? Would it allow our nation to move forward? I think those are the things that we should be focusing on. And I think international community is becoming tired, sick and tired of our problems all the time. And I remember when you were speaking and I was looking at the book there by Jun Young, South Sudan Civil War, Violence, Insurgency, and Failed Peacemaking. And actually I was looking at page 148, 49, the one that I shared in the other room last time, in Edward room. When John Kerry on the 3rd of October gave a warning, 2015, gave a warning to Riek, you either sign peace agreement or we will sanction you personally. And on the 17th, he signed that peace security sector and the security part of the agreement because he was afraid of the consequences. I totally agree, and I hear you, Brother Wal, when you was talking. I totally agree with you that the Dinka people need accountability for our people who were killed under the leadership of Dr. Riek, 1991, 2013, 2014, 2016, and up to now, even in Nasir. Absolutely, I agree with you. And Riek should be held accountable. The difference between me and you now, or where I stand at the moment, is I say Riek is arrested, is in court, is before the court, but he was not arrested because of the gang. He was arrested for political reasons by President Kiir. Because we didn't open the case, and we are able to open the case. Whether it be at Hague, be it in Juba, be it anywhere, East African countries, the gang are able, we can mobilize resources to open the case against Riek. But we haven't done it. It's not we who arrested Riek. It is President Kiir for his own political survival. And that's why some of us, and some people, I will be accused of being a supporter of Riek. I've been accused many times. But it's the truth. There is no way South Sudan can move forward until we, Junubin. And I sometimes feel sorry when I say we, the intellectual Junubin, people who have exposure, people who are being exposed to different system of governance outside, tend to look at things from our own perspective. And we cannot step outside from our own pain. And I hear it. I hear people from this room, mostly the Dinka. I understand the suffering. I'm a Dinka too. I have people who died fighting in the 2013 war, the liberation movement itself. But how can we move forward if I only focus on my suffering, on my pain, and I don't see the pain that my brother and sisters going through? You go to a room that is opened by White Army, those of Makera are here. Nuer were killed door to door. Nuer were killed door to door. Is the music that's always your ear can even feel, you can even feel the pain. But they cannot step outside. And also understand that the Dinka were killed village to village by the Nuer. And thank you, Brother Edmund, Yekane, to say there were people who were non-Nuer, non-Dinka, who also commit crime in those wars, especially 2013 in Juba. They were non-Nuer and they were non-Dinka. But these people are finding a way now because we, the Dinka, we don't step out from our own suffering, from our own pain. We, the Nuer, we don't step outside from our own suffering, from our own pain. We just stuck in our own area. We will never, and we will never have a salam to Junuba Sudan until we begin to understand that the suffering that we are undergoing is caused by our leaders. And those leaders include Dr. Riek, include President Kiir. Until these people are held accountable, we will never move forward. As a Dinka, from wherever I will always stand with Kiir. Those of Makero or Nuer or the Nuer area will always stand with Riek. The known are always, they will be in the middle. We are holding our nation hostage. But to me, because there are people who have waited long, I've waited long enough, so I don't want people to wait more than I've done too. The issue is, when are we going to take charge of our country? The nation, the region, the international community are becoming tired. It's always about us. It's always about issues. They have their own issues to deal with. And I like the way you ended it, Brother Yekane, that why can we sit as a nation and address our people? Face Nuer, face Dinka, face Shuluk, face Bari, face our leaders. We have lost many lives to gain this country. Thousands, millions of people died for us to have a nation. Hundreds of thousands have died under these two leaders and their supporters. Even those who are in the bush, those who are now fighting, were part and parcel. Either they were with the Kiir or they were with Riek. These are the people who destroy our country. It's time for us to listen to the voice of citizens of South Sudan. What can move this country forward and not relying on the foreign support or foreign solution. Let's have an African solution. As we say in the Catholic, African Bishop, late Bishop Daniel Kamboni once said, save Africa through African. Can we save our nation by ourselves? Save South Sudan through South Sudanese. Thank you so much, Brother Madid. I yield back the mic. The people have waited for so long.
Thank you, Saz Tim Kunjok, for your input, and thank you. My apology, you've been waiting for so long because we have a lot of people, and the topic is really important, and I like for you guys to wait in. Before I move to the next speaker, let us hear from the government side. So the government, they respond from this question. Will C5 member convene the government release Dr. Riek? So the government responds. So I have to read an article written by Honorable Ezekiel Lulu, and also the video from Speaker Honorable Atanyuet. So here is what Ezekiel Lulu wrote. They respond to our C5, a special Nigerian guy. He said that this one was yesterday, actually, he written today article by Ezekiel. He said the independence of the judiciary is not secession, is not political convenience. It is a constitutional obligation in every separate nation that they respect the rule of law. Courts operate independently from political pressure, executive influence, or public interpretation. This principle must be upheld firm without compromise in the Republic of South Sudan. When a case is brought before a court of law, it cases to be a political matter become a legal one. Judges are mandated to examine the facts, assess evidence, interpret the law, and deliberate judgments based solidarity on the legal framework. So I'm not going to be going a lot on this. So I post his article on South Sudan Legal Media page on Facebook. You guys can access to that to read more. He said here, No individual, political party, army group, or public campaign has authority to dictate or permit the outcome of judiciary procedures. And an attempt to do so is a direct attack on the rule of law. Across Africa and beyond, the courts have persecuted senior officials, even the former head of state. Some have been convicted and have served a prison sentence accordingly with the law. This action did not destroy their nations. They strengthened institutions credibly. Accountability is not a sign of weaknesses. It is a demonstration that no one is above the law, unquote. So that is from, and he's gone. So that is the response. So anyway, let me move to another paragraph, which is very important. Okay, therefore, the Republic of South Sudan is not exception. The law must apply equally to all, regardless of political stage, military rank, or historical position. To suggest otherwise is to undermine the very permanentation upon which sustainable state. With regard, okay, here is what I was looking for. With regard to the political detainees, including Dr. Riek Machar, the position must be clear. The executive branch cannot interfere with ongoing judicial process. It cannot prejudge the outcome. It cannot override the courts while proceedings are still ongoing. Any consideration of release, pardon, ultimate illegal remnant can only raise after the judicial process has been fully complete and lawful certain rated. That is a constitution, governance, work, and court. So that is from, and you will read more. So that is from Ezekiel Lul. You guys can respond to that article. Here is what the response to Atanyuak yesterday on the press release. So let us hear what he was saying.
And national infrastructure from the cyber threats.
So he's talking about
the Cyber Crimes and Computer Misuse Act 2026 provides a comprehensive legal basis for the prevention, detection, investigation, and prosecution of offenses related to computer system and cyber activities. It has strengthened our institutional capacity to address emerging digital risk while ensuring that justice mechanisms are equipped to handle cyber-related crimes effectively and professionally. Importantly, the Act also facilitates international cooperation in combating cyber crimes, recognizing that digital threats do not respect national borders. This positions South Sudan to work collaboratively with regional and global partners in addressing transitional cyber challenges. As the ministry responsible for ICT and postal services, we view this law as a fundamental pillar in building a secure, resilient, and trusted digital ecosystem. It reinforces public confidence in digital platforms, supports the growth of the digital economy, protects government systems, and encourages responsible and lawful use of technology. The ministry will, in collaboration with the National Communication Authority, law enforcement agencies, and the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, ensure the effective operationalization of this act This will include capacity building, institutional coordination, and nationwide public awareness. Initiatives to educate citizens and stakeholders on their rights, responsibilities, and protections under the law. Let me emphasize that this law is not intended to stifle innovation or restrict legitimate digital expression. Rather, it seeks to create a balanced framework that protects freedoms while safeguarding the nation against misuse of technology for criminal purposes. We call upon all stakeholders, including the media, fraternity, public institutions, private sector actors, telecommunication operators, civil society organizations, and citizens to cooperate in upholding the provision of this act and promoting a culture of cyber security, ethical digital conduct, and accountability. With this, I want to emphasize that media is a mouth that can easily disseminate information because the competence of the law is under the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Development. But as a minister responsible for the Ministry of ICT, it is incumbent upon me to educate the public about the law that is about to work to bring into books those who are actually abusing cyberspace. And it is good to know the law so that you leave the law and then commit the crime after knowing the law, because there's no excuse in law. Not knowing the law also doesn't prohibit the prosecutors to prosecute you if you have actually committed crime. All of us are not lawyers, but we can all commit crimes. Even lawyers also, with knowing the law, they still commit crime. Crime is an individual act. So you journalists have the responsibility now to take the information to everyone so that anyone knows. Yesterday on the 18th, the President of the Republic of South Sudan has signed into law the cybercrime and abuse of computer bill into law. After signing, it became an act that is capable to be now used. It is now bridging the gap which was existing, the gaps of laws, because the Criminal Procedures Act 2008 and the National Security Act 2015 were all addressing the issue of cyber crimes. But there were lapses, there were gaps that now this act can go to address.
Okay, so so that is the video for the about cyber law that they passed it. So I have a video. I don't know where I put it. So anyway, I don't want to hold everybody up. So anyway, so the next speak. Okay, let's move the line. Let me see. Is in here? Okay, he's gone. So let's move the line. The next speaker is Na Nyakwal.
Yes.
Male.
Well, Loidi Mamadit.
Tingerai bad galen.
Yeah, long time. Okay, yeah, thank you. Greeting to Madit, 1956, the one. Nyan, Tonta, Lion, Wajagu system, Tutukuru, Kunjok, Galwak, Green. I'm out of Yedmon, I can't see Yedman. Yeah, greeting to all who are listening in the audience section. topic. Will T5 members convince the government to release Riek Machar? They may or they might not. You know, now they may. I'm using the word may here because this is the regional continental body. And you know, when you talk about South Africa, for example, South Africa is having a wake in the continent. Somebody like Ramaphosa, who is a chair of the C5, represents even the continent. Sometimes in international forums like BRIC countries, even in the United Nations. So whatever they say, especially South Africa, Nigeria, Ethiopia, and then Rwanda, these are giants of the African countries. So whatever they say actually carries weight. Even if the SLM will ignore, because the SLM now, very unfortunately, are using the whole system of the liberation, during the liberation, the rebellion time, when they used to say, Inshallah Abu Dutalga, or Mafadi, meaning we don't care. That is the actually, that is what they use up to today. So, yes, because now, refusing this call, and there's somebody who spoke earlier before me who said that this peace is not even for C5, it's for South Sudanese. You know, it's for us, South Sudanese. It's not even for them. They are only facilitators. You know, now, should South Sudan not cooperate with the international community? There are likely scenarios that will come with that. Furthermore, I don't think that the international community will accept another extension again. All of us, we have to agree on that. Now, if there is no extension again, what will happen? So the issue of legitimacy come in. And it is true that even the international, they know why people are talking too much about SLAI in particular, about Riek Machar. The reason is because the SLAI is the main signature to the agreement. So now, for you to have no SLAIO, then you missed the bigger part of the agreement. You know, and that is what the international community look at. Number two, also the international community are convinced that without the IO, actually, it will be just a dream that there will be peace, real peace, or even election even. If people even were to go for election, it will be just a partial election, SLM alone, contesting by themselves. Nobody's competing with them. So Selfa is coming back. So the international community are calculating that, you know, and that is why they are reiterating that the only way out is inclusive dialogue. The only way out. Now, I always like to talk about the legal perspective. And that is why I had wanted Yakani was here. That would be very good. Even yesterday, I had a debate, very hot debate with those of Tontad and the world and the rest of the members here. I had a debate about, we talked about even the law yesterday. But Madid was not there, and then some people. Where I said, now I was going actually to ask Yakani. I don't know if Yakani has a background in law. Like, for example, if I'm fighting with Madid. Madid is fighting me and I'm fighting him. And both of us, we killed. So I killed and Madid killed. Now, is it right for Madid to sue me? Or both of us are to be sued by a third party, a fair legal system? Because two of us, we have fought, I killed, he has killed. You know? Now in this case...
But that is different though. That is a different. Okay, if two of us are fighting, okay,
yes,
and you hit me, and I hit you back, and I kill you, that's a called self-defense. Okay, two of us should be right at the same time. That we are the one who will be guilty. So there will be a guilty part, and there will be a innocent part. Because if I attack you, and then you fight back and you kill me, you are self-defense. Okay. So your example here is irrelevant. Okay, let's put, because I see where you're going.
Okay.
So what?
Okay. Thank you, Madid. Yeah, allow me.
Yeah,
let me explain what I mean. Now I'm addressing the room legally. Okay, I don't like always self-praising, talking about myself, but I have a little knowledge about the law. Now the law that I know, Madid, if you are fighting with me, let me repeat this. By the way, it is a legal term. If I'm fighting with you and you are fighting with me, I kill from your side and you kill from my side. It is illegal. It is not right legally for you to sue me.
Who started the war, though? Who started the fight? That's the question here. Who started the fight? We cannot both start the fight at the same time, right? Can you agree with me that you and I, we cannot start the same fight at the same time? It will be a one side who start the fight and the other side is respond.
That is true. Okay. That is true. Even who start the fight, I know even the monitoring body know better than us. They know better than us. They will even know that I want to judge. Is it SLI who started or the SLMIG? You know. So that's why you see now people are quoting the code that is being taken now against Riek Machar. People describe it. I'm one of the people who describe it as kangaroo, which is a witch and politically motivated. Why? Because the SLMIG plus the SLC have killed people. And they have been killing even up to now, as we speak. They have been carrying out indiscriminate air bombardment, and they have even used cluster bomb. So those bombardment, the rocket, they are killing people. So here in the legal terminology, and I'm sure somebody like Kunjok will understand my language, and even the rest of you. It is not fair, Brother Madi, and even you, I think, you might be having let me assume you know the law. So it is not fair. What is done by SLMIG against SLA, it is a mockery of justice. You know? Because the SLMIG, SSVDF, they are fighting with the SLA. These are rival parties. They are conflicting. So it is not right for Salva Kiir to sue Riek Machar. You know? It should be other party, and that is why there is a need for what we call hybrid court. So the hybrid court will judge the two. They will judge Salva and judge Riek Machar fairly. You know, but it cannot be as
let me have a question for you.
Yeah,
if you and I are fighting, who will take who to court? Is somebody else, or either one of us can file the case? Either you or me. And that's what's going on.
Good question. Good question, my sister.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Irmun is back, so you can wait your question again, so Irmun can hear you, so he can respond back. Go ahead.
Oh, Irmun has come. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Madid. Yeah. Oh, brother Irmun. First of all, let me thank you, my brother. I know you are really been doing a very great job, but it's not easy, my brother. Even some of us, like myself, sometimes even we accuse you. That is true. What Kunjo was saying is true. Sometimes even the IG will accuse you, the opposition, they accuse you. So you are in the between. That is reality. And also you are working in an environment where it is militarized. Only generals are given respect. Those of Duarte. I'm not quite sure if he's a general, but I'm sure he's a general. Now, I was going to ask you, Brother Yidmon, that it is true that the war started in 2013. People were killed. Now, you have a rival parties, groups, the SLMIG and the SLI. These are rival groups or parties. Now, I wanted to know from you legally, because me, I'm against selective law. The law is supposed to be general. The application of law is not selective. Any law that is selective is not a law. you know. Now, what is happening now even against Dr. Riek Machar, to me, it is like SLMIG suing SLAIO, which is not the law. You know, why? Because both are fighting. SLIG has committed atrocity. There is video. And as today, they are still committing atrocity in the lawn where, since the incident of Nasser, the air indiscriminate bombardment has only stopped in the newer area. Do you think those rockets that are falling are not killing people? What the SLM Haji or the SSC are saying? No. So now I want to know from you, if I'm fighting with Madid now, Madid has killed from my side, and I have killed from Madid's side. Is it the right legally for Madid to sue me? And he has killed, and I have killed. How do you resolve that? That is the first question. The second question is, how can the election done without the IO under Riek Machar, for example, can the peace agreement be implemented without the main IO? Don't tell me later on Stephen Farr has already surrendered. It's like a banned scenario. So can the agreement go without the main SCLA-IO under Riek Machar? Thank you. Let me stop for a while.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Ilmun, are you there? And welcome, Honorable Duar.
Can I get?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, answer.
Can I get more questions?
Okay. You want? Okay.
No,
did you wrote that?
Can I get more questions? More questions, so that give us time.
Okay, sound good. So did you write that question down? Okay, let us move to the next. Galuk, you already asked your question. Now this is your chance to speak. You have 7 minutes. Galuk, are you there? Okay, if Galuk is far away from his phone, let's move to Ring. Ring is on the phone. Okay, let me give this chance to Honorable Duar. Duar, I know it's late over there, you and Ilmun. It's late in you, and thank you for joining us. This is the benefit.
Malay Madrid, I don't want to talk. Well, did he conclude, Nach? Did he conclude though?
Yeah, so yeah, he has his question, so he's waiting for Ilmun to answer his question. And Ilmun need more questions, then he can answer them. Honorable Duar, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah,
yes.
Welcome. It's your turn. Welcome. And it's good that one member of the SPLM is joining us. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you very much, Brother Madid. Who are carrying the green, those who are also among the. I did not complain anyway. Thank you for giving me green. And those who are with us here on the stage, thank you very much for bringing me.
Long time, Uncle Duwarin Chamot.
Long time. Thank you. Thank you. Let me begin also to thank those whom I have just met right now in this particular discussion. It is very important, and especially the question that asked the C5 convince the government of South Sudan to release Dr. Machar. I think that is the question. Yes. Together with the question asked by Brother Machar, if he's not the name really, people were calling him Machar, and he indeed wanted to also call me the general. Yes, Machar. Yeah, yes, I'm a general, but I'm not doing now the general work. I'm doing a different work. I'm not a politician. So thank you very much. Let me just start from the way he has put up his argument, especially when he was talking about the law, that who should pursue, or who should sue who before the court of law. And he tried to equate Kir and Victoria, which is not true also, because see, when President Kir took oath of office, he said he will respect, protect the Constitution of the Republic of South Sudan, and protect the territorial integrity of a country called South Sudan and its own people. He's the president. He has been given right by law to perform those duties that he took oath of. If he goes against the law, or if he goes in conflict with the law, I don't think he will be spared by law, that he is the vice president and he has been in the opposition side, the opposing side to the government, and so they are in the same the same footing with President Kiir. So he is to be exonerated by law, not to be accounted for whatever he has done. I am not putting the horse before the cart before horse here, because it will be the court will decide. That will be, at the end of the day, that will be the one that will work. Court acquitted him, not guilty, and exonerate him. Why not? That will be the court of law doing this. If he is convicted, charged against what he has done, and convicted and put into bind bars by the court, that would be also, because he's all in all is a citizen of the Republic of South Sudan. Just put aside of him being a vice president, or being an opposition before. When he was convicted, when he was arrested, when he was accused and arrested, Itoriak was not arrested because he was an opposition. He was arrested because he was the first vice president of the country called South Sudan. Therefore, he was also suspected to have played a role in a conflict that killed more than 250 South Sudanese troops. Troops that are actually under the constitution that he is serving. So, my brother who was talking about the law, if I were you, I would not have been arguing too much. Let's believe. Let the law take its own course until later on, if any verdict is already passed, we shall come and judge the process. So this is what I was trying to say. Let me come back to the issue of C5. The C5, of course, and I hope all of us have gotten the communique. The communique of the Addis Ababa summit of AU level and C5 and then C5 for that matter. We've already passed the communique. The official one has come out. This particular issue we are talking about is in number 10 for those who have already read it. They have right to genuinely ask the government of the Republic of South Sudan to consider the release political detainees, including the former first vice president. Although they have not mentioned the word former, they say including the first vice president. You see, so here, language, that is a diplomatic language. When you address a responsible government of a given member state that is with you together, you see, you cannot be so plain to that extent. You have to consider also put into account that you are addressing a sovereign nation and the government of a sovereign nation that is just like what you are. And it is also a member state like you are also a member state. That to that organization, the regional or continental organization. So the language was very, very good. It was diplomatically issued, and for those who doubt that they have not done anything, to me that is a language. Even me, I don't celebrate that language also because, and I don't want them to be so rigid because they were addressing a member state country that is just like they are. So there is no problem. Nobody wants to see the downfall of any South Sudanese here. Riek is a South Sudanese, a senior citizen of this country. So whatever is hunting him by law, it has to be viewed that way. No one who has got ill intention against him. And let's kindly, I've been urging so many people who have the language of seeing issues at the lens of tribalism. This will not take us anywhere. The countries always differ by themselves. And they are then, at the end of the day, they come back together and reconcile in order for them to move forward. It happened in Rwanda. The one of Rwanda was so grievous. No one would want it to compare with any situation here in Africa. And so let's look at us as people of South Sudan. Let's not see each other as enemies. There will be no enemy of one of other person later on in this conflict. Yes, fighting insurgencies always has a lot of disadvantages, and above all, the citizen, the civilian, are the victim. Like what is happening in northern Jungle. Nobody, it is uncalled for. Nobody would want such a thing to happen to its own people. You see, a people of South Sudan, whatsoever the case may be, they have also to live like the rest of other people in the same country. And so what is happening there now in northern Jungle is uncalled for. You can see people in any photo that is sent to any social media. You see them, people are running, children are running with their luggages, with their baggage on their head, running to neighboring countries, and they are leaving their own places simply because people some people somewhere else wanted to use them as human shield, and they want to cause problem in their midst, which is not very good. You cannot do this. If you mind about the life of people, you must be always careful. If you want to start anything like such a thing, the insurgency, you have to be careful of the people that you are staying in the middle of them. So these are the things that we should be mindful. At the end of the day, later on, after the end of this war, this conflict that is created by us, among ourselves. We are coming to be one people. There will be no where people will be separating. You will not be going other place that is not this South Sudan. Even if you go as a refugee or you go as a displaced, displaced person is okay, you can be in the country, or you go as a resettler, you will still come back. You still come back because this is your country at the end of the day. So kindly, this is what I was trying to add to this argument, to this discussion, with my brother who spoke before me. Surmount so many things. He spoke a lot of what is supposed to be said. And we are coming to go for that dialogue, the political dialogue, what they call consensus. You see, political consensus. Such a thing will be said. Those who will have that privilege to go to South Africa later on in March will be met with such a question, and they will be told to be humble to answer, and everyone will speak out so that we can find amicable solution into the problem our country is in. Thank you very much, Madid. I thank all, and Edmund Yakani was just returned because I saw him briefly and he went down. So thank you very much. That is what I can now contribute.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Dwar. Before I yield back the microphone to Edmund, I didn't catch you earlier when you answered the question about will C5 member convene the government to release Dr. Riek Machar. So can you clarify this? Will the government, will the President Salva Kiir will listen to African C5 member to allow Dr. Riek to join a peace talk in South Africa?
I don't want to speak on behalf of the government here, but the way I'm seeing it, Medit, the issue is not possible because the law, the legal procedure that is taking place in the issue of Dr. Riek has gone deeply. You cannot stop it. Otherwise, somebody like Riek also will be having right, by the way. Why did you subjected me into such legal, scrutiny, of which you went and you fell short of proving it that you had right? You see, that he is now asking the prosecution team, the prosecution side, that you have caused a lot of damage to me. And if that is the case, by the way, legally, somebody whom you have done so, and you fell short of concluding the issue, he is eligible for compensation. So Riek case has already gone into the middle of the thing. He has to be, otherwise he has to be proven not guilty by law, and the law now exonerates him legally so that he can now be released. You see? And he has to be also convicted by law and put behind bars officially that he has indeed been proven guilty beyond doubt. So once when one of the two happen, is where now you will now be having that room to request the government of South Sudan to let Dr. Riek go to South Africa. If he is convicted and sentenced to a given to a certain period of time or sentenced to death, then a government will be having right to either pardon him and let him go to South Africa. If he has been exonerated by law and the law actually acquitted him, not guilty, then this is where now you'll be asking him to go and join the consensus, the political consensus in South Africa, the dialogue. So I don't think there is anything shorter than the two that I have cited. So thank you very much. I think you were asking
Uncle
about that.
Duwar, I have a question for you. about the Nigerian guy who demands Riek Machar to be released. Is it that a threat? Government of South Sudan, if it's not going to accept, will be there any consequence?
No, I think I've already talked about this. No one can pressure South Sudan government to do anything that is against the law. A Nigerian vice president statement that was quoted. I don't think that was true. It is not right. Even their government cannot accept such a thing to be imposed on any other member state government that you should do this. Therefore, I don't think that is true. These are just language. It is personal view, personal opinion. But you can see the communique is what capturing the whole what was said in that summit. So read the communique, and you will find what was said there in the summit. So whoever was talked, the Nigerian, the whoever who have said what, we don't want to talk about it actually. These are the, how do you call them? These are the bilateral or multilateral issues, and these are diplomatic issues. You cannot utter out anything without control. So if he has said that, I have not heard it. If he has said that, it is up to him. That is his own statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Duarte.
Honorable, and then I ask a quick question, Brother Madid, before you move to Earth Money.
Go ahead, 1 minute for your question.
Thank you so much. A long time, Honorable Duarte. Greetings to you and to the family. Now, before I ask my question, I'm going to explain what I mean. Now, if we turn the table around, Honorable Duarte, the same exactly what happened. Why Dr. Riek's arrest? If Dr. Riek were in the place of President Kiir, and Dr. Riek does the same thing that President Kiir has done, don't you think we, the people, the gang, I'm from Barkadal, I'm telling others, you know me very well. Don't you think we, the gang from Abia to northern Barkadal, Werrab, and wherever we are, will be marching to Juba to release Riek, to release President Kiir, because we say this is Dal. Now, the reason I'm saying this, if you look, I'm not saying Riek is innocent, but it's a politically motivated, because what happened in Nasser is related to implementation of the agreement, RRCs. The failure of those leaders to implement the agreement. Now, how can you convince me as a gang from Werrab that Riek is legally is under a legal procedure, has been arrested because of what he did wrongly, not because of a political motivation? I call this a political motivated arrest. Would you agree with me that is a political motivated arrest? Would you agree with me that we would have done what the White Army is trying to do? Because the White Army, there are people gang before them, before they could go to Juba. For us, it's easy to go to Juba because from Lake State, it's not that far away. Would you agree that we, the gang, would march to Juba and release President Kiir if the situation was Riek was the president and Kiir was the vice president and he was arrested? Thank you so much, Brother Badit. I yield back the mic and greeting Honorable Duarte.
Thank you, Usat. Go ahead, Honorable Duarte.
What about Bolmel? Is Bolmel not a young and is not a vice president? Why we didn't march to Juba?
I'm asking the situation now. 1956.
You have helped me somehow. I was coming to mention it actually. Thank you very much, Kunjok.
Brother Madid, it's good that Duarte is here. Duarte is here, but I have a question to him. Yeah, if you would allow me to.
Let me finish. I don't actually accept that is true of the Tim Kunjok, because the issue is not tribal. The issue is not also Jing Bas Nuer. The issue is purely legal. What I am saying here, and then one of the reasons, and thank you also, 1956. I was coming to ask you, how about the issue of Bol Mel was arrested? He was a vice president. He was a general. He was the deputy chairman, the first deputy chairman of the SPLM. Did anybody try that they want to remove him from prison? Why is it not particularly Riek if he has been accused as the first vice president and put under arrest, house arrest, and made, actually he has been respected very, very much. Riek actually, if law can serve, you see, justice can serve people, Riek is being served. The Riek issue is adequately being served by justice because he has not been just put under house arrest and not charged. He has been put under house arrest and given all that what it takes for you to defend yourself, including him hiring his own lawyers. So here now, why are we in a hurry? Why do we really try to preempt things that have not happened? Of course, if you want my answer is no, we would not have done it. President Kiir, if he had to be the vice president, and he was in conflict with the law, like what happened to Riek issue, then he would just go as normal as citizen of South Sudan as the former vice president and answer any charges leveled against him. So I don't think there will be anybody who will say, why do you want do you arrest? And this is where we go wrong, Tim Kunjo. This is where we go wrong. When one person has committed mistake, he has been suspected and taken for questioning or taken to court, that matter, and face law, people here now stand up and say, this is our own person. Who do you think that has got no people behind that part, behind him or behind her? Everyone comes from community and society, and so it should not be used as an impunity to avoid the legal prospect that is actually labeled against each and everyone. It should be not the issue. If anyone is guilty, even myself, if I have my problem now, I think even my sons who are here now, some are serving with government and some are doing their own business, will not say, why do you arrest my father? I will be left there and they will of course come and help me of how to pursue the legal instrument that will help my case to go through. But not saying, Wallahi, Bitana, why do you arrest this? And then when you committed that crime, were you together? You were not together. If it is because Riek was the chairman or commander-in-chief of a rebellion, that he has already abandoned people who were actually in the peace implementation, and he was the first vice president of the government that has those soldiers who were stationed in Nasser, and he indeed collaborated with those who are still not yet integrated into armed forces to let them go and attack them and then committed that one. If that is the language, I don't want to conclude that he has done it. He is still not guilty until proven beyond doubt later on. Then he will have to deal with it. So, Comrade Tim, I don't think what you have asked has got no place here. Should not be a tribal issue, and you don't equate also equation of a head of states and another person, even if they were fighting, and agreement has brought them together. This one has become vice president. Anything that happened from whoever is following him downward, he will be the one to be blamed if he doesn't take charge of actually implementing the law. And thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Duarte.
Our honorable.
Yeah, hang on. Let the
can I have a question, please?
Not sure.
Slow down from the question. Let people move forward and weigh in. Thank you.
Hang on, guys. So not sure.
Even me, I haven't spoken yet.
So many people. Why did it become my issue now?
You are
That's all we hear from others. I haven't spoken yet.
Yeah, you are a member of parliament. That's why they are loading you with some more questions. So you are giving Ilmun your kind of breakdown. Okay, let's do this. Let me be fair here. Gadluk, I called you earlier and you were far away from your phone. Okay, you have a question? Gadluk.
Thank you, yes, thank you.
Yeah, if it is a question, just
my
1
question,
minute to ask your question.
Yeah, my question will go to Brother Dewar. Brother Dewar, in reference to what you just mentioned earlier, do you believe that Riek had authorized the incident in Nasser in reference to what you mentioned earlier, that because when and do you believe being selective in justice will solve the problem rather than being inclusive in justice? Thank you.
Thank you.
Can look that way the war in Launer, the one who claimed Nuereko, is it not him asking this question?
Okay. The next question is
going I have question also.
Okay, Honorable Duarte, write them down. Hang on, Lion. Let me go to Majok. Natural.
Was that a question of Kalam Dual? Malay Dual interview. Yeah, Madit ring Mat Kalam Lisa. Well, into you want to marginalize us the into a multi Juba. Nas Duar or into there. Ring Lisa Mat Kalam.
Yeah, you already have this question. Hang on. Lion.
Don't come here.
I just want to know. I'm not talking about me. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about Ring. Let things be clear, brother. Gadwag, are you asking me or are you asking the war?
It is war.
No, it's going to the war, not the wall.
The wall.
The war.
Okay, the war.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Lion, what's your question?
Yes, thank you. My question is going also to the war, and part of it will also go to Edmund. Honorable Douar, you are a member of parliament serving under the Artigono government. Regarding the issue of Nasser, before it happened, you were seeing a lot of rally and protests among the civilians in Nasser. The deployment of those militaries should be halted. As a responsible parliament, also responsible government and as their civilian, how come you people did not convene in the holding of deployment of those army and you people can go to your civilian? Because actually, why army are your civilian? The Artigono government are responsible for their failure, not Riek Machar alone. I blame all of you in this situation. You're supposed to convene instead of pushing Riek Machar into this all himself. Another part is going to Edmond Ekani. Edmond, you have seen how government of South Sudan was dodging every part of the agreement. They delaying the constitution. I come to constitution because today the independence of judiciary is being questioned. Why? In that peace agreement, we have that there's supposed to be a permanent constitution. And we know there is already a pre-transitional constitution already.
Okay.
How come it is like this?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, very quick, Lion, you said that the White Army are civilian. If you're carrying a deadly weapon, AK-47, you are no longer civilian. Okay, Honorable Duarte, go ahead and answer those questions within 2 minutes. and then we move to Imuniakani, and then we go to the line.
Yes, let me just answer from the last question. He said before the attack on the was it on the 3rd to 4th, 5th, till it ended on the 7th. That why didn't you play your role? Why did you leave it for Dr. Riek alone? And you were hearing people were protesting that they don't want the army that was in Wiyaradu. Yes, my brother Lion. Nobody knew that a citizen of South Sudan, people like people of Nasser, who refused their own army to the extent they would attack them. You see, but again, this is where I always blame the role played by the IO, who is a partner in implementation of the agreement. The IO instigated people. They've taken leverage of predominantly being from one ethnic group called Nuer. They went and instigated people, and knowing the consequence will be so great. They instigate people, and they were telling them that why don't you reject this force? Who is this force? That is SSPDF. Why don't you demand for the unified force? If I can ask you, Lion, really people of Nasser know anything called unified forces? The real civilian of Nasser County, or add to them also Wula. Do they know what is called unified forces? If it was not something put into their own mouth by IOs, that you say this, you only demand now for unified forces. And if you were not to be heard, and then you attack these people. Some of these information are actually are classified information. They are still in the court. I don't want to talk about it too much. So Dr. Riek here, and that is why he became suspect to that incident that happened, unfortunately happened, and Kir Majur, who was so eloquent, who was speaking to them in their own native language. He's speaking to those of Nasser and those of Ulan. He was a good commander because he knew all the languages, and he could actually understand himself with them in all languages that are in South Sudan. And then, by the way, unfortunately, they killed him. So those are classified information that I don't want to dwell into it too much. Let me come to the question raised by the first one. Was it the Galwak? He's called Galwak. Somebody was calling him Gadluk, and I know Gadluk has been so vocal. He's one of the people who has actually caused damage into what is happening now in Jungule, Ayod, and you see, and Jakay. So I did not know that it was Galwak. I would not have been answering this question. So my brother Galwak, you have asked a question. Your question was actually over Mahalo. Lakin let me. Why don't you refresh me? What did you ask before? Because my mind was taken by the last question. What did you want to know?
What I want to know, Honorable, is the justice being pursued selectively?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Why the incident of Nasser warrant warrant leaders to be questionable, and the other side is not yet being questioned. Don't you think that there's a misconception here, a mistrust here, because the people of Nasser are also demanding justice, and their justice is not being prepared?
Okay, all this thing goes to the first point you put as selective justice. Okay, my brother, I don't think the justice that is applied here as being made selective, simply because those who were accused of actually masterminding the Nasser incident have been apprehended, and the charges leveled against them are being read out genuinely by the prosecution teams and the defense also team that are actually responding to what is happening. There were so many people who actually doubting our court to the extent of calling it kangaroo court. I would have actually agreed with the process that is going on, because it has been in the way that each and every accused person now, as we speak, has been given and actually accorded rights that they deserved. They have their own lawyers that are defending their own cases, and they are actually, you see, they are getting their rights, a right of accused person. There is no any kangaroo way of doing it here. So it is not being selective as per se, but let me say the accused have been accused. You see, they have been duly accused, and they are now fighting, battling the legal procedure. They are defending themselves, and at the end of the day, if they have room to defeat the argument that is before them, and then if court acquitted them of being not guilty, then you will come and celebrate. I think you will come and thank and appreciate that court, even if they are also sentenced. If they are convicted and sentenced, I think that will be also very genuine case label against somebody, and we should also praise it and accept it. Let's not politicizing and trying to put them at the side of being tribal. This tribalism, by the way, will kill our fabric. We still want to remain and exist as people of South Sudan. Whatever the tribes that we shall be having, we shall be calling ourselves of. I want us actually to believe that even if we differ like what, there will be nothing that will separate us. We will still remain in this country and call ourselves citizens of this country. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Dwar. Now let me get back to microphone to Mr. Ilmun Yakani. Ilmun, I hope you wrote down some of the questions you were asked earlier. Go ahead and answer that question. Where did you go? Okay. Ilmun, are you there? Okay.
I wrote the questions.
Okay, now it's your turn. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I want to mix up the questions.
Brother Edmund, can you have a crack on the question I asked Brother Dewar also on that? I believe he did not answer accordingly. Then you have an opportunity.
Yeah, let me contribute. Let me contribute to the question of Gadlwagde. Like, do you believe that Dr. Riek Machar was guilty? That's what Gadlwag has actually Comrade Dewar. Brother Gadlwag, let me tell you.
No, I asked about being selective in justice pursuit.
Yes, it's not even being selective either. Because, Dr. Riek Machar is not being selected out for being just Riek. If anything at all, Dr. Riek is being done a favor. And whether Dr. Riek Machar bear responsibility in that regard or not, I want you, Brother Karlwak, to look up two words, something called command responsibility. Dr. Riek has a command responsibility, and by the virtue of command responsibility, he's liable to what happened in Nasser. Because the forces who killed the SSPDF, including the general, had members of IO in it and the White Army. And basically, White Army are a paramilitary of the IO, and Dr. Riek Machar is in control of them. And Dr. Riek Machar was in two contacts. He was in contact with the government as well as with his forces in Nasser. So that really implicates him a lot. He agreed to handle the issue of Nasser, and there was indeed a flow of communication between him and the IO leaders in Nasser. And so no one else can explain here why General Major and other soldiers ended up getting killed, except Dr. Riek Machar here, because he was the mediator. And how would you not expect the government to persecute him here? And so these two things, the evidence of communication between him and his forces in Nasser, and the virtue of a command responsibility, yes, Dr. Riek Machar is liable, Brother Gadwak. Yakani. Edmund, my goes to you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Initially, in the legal field or in the legal profession, there's a one principle of professionals. Once a case is in the courts, normally be advised that avoid preempting. But of course, democratic values allow us the freedom of expression to do analysis that will feel clear doubts, either around the transparency or around the credibility or trust and confidence over the court. That's what we're discussing this case. This one I want to report. Number two, if you have been following during the forensic presentation, one of the person that my name came up from the forensic investigation because I was involved in subsiding the confrontation, trying also our level best as adapters to prevent the situation from running. And why? Because I walked out of the last meeting of the presidency. I preempt. I can see what's going to happen, but they're trying our level best to de-escalate. And that's why I was caught in the process, in the evidence, as one of the person in communication with some of the IO leaders to push them back to avoid confrontation. And even I'm quite sure if you check also SSPDF commanders, you'll find me calling them, because my role is to make sure that we de-escalate the situation. So in the court, my name was pronounced with my phone number because I was involved in that. That's something to think for. But let me come to answer you. The reason I put this fact so that you know when I'm speaking, where am I coming from, the background I'm coming from. There's this question of legality, legitimacy that was asked. I think I want to bring to your attention, there's a likely three critical stages in the court proceeding, or three steps in the court proceeding, that will provide us answers that are more accurate. Questions were raised here. What are they? One step will be if the Riek is now given the chance by the court to plead, is guilty or is not guilty. Information is he providing? One situation that it really nailed down the decisions there. That's one. Examination of the evidence are going on with defense lawyers, which we can talk about it. In the legal cross-examination, they're classified. Another thing is that if conviction to be rendered or ruling to be rendered, there's that great period of appeal in terms of the appeal, to what level is the appeal going? Where will the appeal be finalized? Will the appeal not get regional or other jurisdictions that are outside the legals in the country? And that's where the prolonging of the case is going to be. That's another stage. Third stage is if the case continue and we're going to go for elections, and elections need credibility of the agreement. And the credibility of the agreement is linked. If you read the communique, I'm quite honorable, Duar, not Duel. Duel, the Sudan, I don't mess up. That is Duel, this is Duar, because I've seen, it's a question to me. I started now becoming concerned about this pronunciation of the names. So I'll talk about honorable Duar of the parliament. As you read the communique, there's a language used there in the middle of the communique. Legally, that language is very critical in interpretation. The language says our access is a paramount instrument. That language of, let me, here in the communique I have, let me check the point where that language is. Maybe some of you are reading the communique, so that you can go to that language and can have lengthy, more in-depth lengthy on what is meant by our access as a paramount legal instrument. Let me just look for it quickly as I speak. I think it's towards the end. I've used that, and they have used it in the speeches of the members of the AUC5. They use the language that our access is a paramount framework. But now here, they convert the word framework to an instrument. I'm just looking at the point where I can find that. Sorry, I'm repeating myself because I want to get that, because that also helped me in answering some of the questions that are associated either in a violation, and it's because some of you may be also following the community and want to find out why that's right. Yeah, it is in point 5. In point 5, let me read it so that you have note of it. In point 5, this is what the language says, and I want to draw attention there because that's going to draw in when it's a paramount instrument. I want to make some justification. It says, it's point 3. If you look at the communique, it's point 3. Point 3 says, take note of the progress made on the implementation of the revitalized agreement, the resolution of court in the Republic of South Sudan, and stress that the revitalized agreement, the resolution of court in the Republic of South Sudan, remains the paramount instrument for the resolution of conflict in South Sudan, and call for its full implementation. That point number 3, it has huge legal opportunities of interpretation later on how the courts go. And when you say paramount legal instrument, what does that mean? It means the sub-attachment to the paramount instrument become a key element that you want to use to deal with the incident of Nasser. What does that mean? That means the report of citizen, position of citizen, if you go to appeal, and the Court of Appeal is going to surface that. Some of the things I want to bring to our attention. Of course, I'm not focusing at the court level. So if you see, and I think it's Honorable Duar who say the language of we urge the government of South Sudan, or we urge the RT government to consider, that's a diplomatic language, to consider, and even they use the word special, which I like Honorable Duar saying, he didn't say formal, that is special. So that's the language they use, where they say release of political detainees, they to consider the release of political detainees, and especially the first vice president. All those will mount towards there. Now the question comes is an accused a criminal? So the language is an accused remain innocent until proven guilty by the law. For you to be proven guilty by the law, normally the law has 2 evidence. Evidence for the case, evidence against the case. Okay? Evidence for the case is with the government. Evidence against the case is with the defense team of the opposition. So both teams are looking at both evidence. Prosecutors from the government side, from the government side, are looking at evidence for the case and evidence that may nullify the case. And also in the side of the defense of that, they're looking which evidence may qualify this as a case and which evidence may nullify this as a case. So in another way around, if we are to follow the ethics and the principle of rule of law, it may drag us longer and beyond the election period. This court, by the way. To go to stages, yeah, it may end up, judgment may be done, but appeal cases and cross-examine and all this, it may pull us that it may affect the electoral period. So it may pull us until June, July, we may reach up to that level. And of course, we're preparing ourselves for elections. Now, if we start preparing ourselves for elections, and that elections, the way President Cyril Ramaphosa have raised it, and of course, being around the summit, the level of the argument that member states are bringing forward. And specifically, one thing that I'd like to bring to your attention, and I think all of us here, and by the way, I'm speaking as a nationalist from a very sober background that I wish the best for South Sudan, without taking side with any either of the parties. Though some of you can have the right to level me, either you can pay me blue, you can pay me red, or you can pay me whatever you want to pay. But of course, as a freedom of expression, I respect your opinion. There's one stage that I like to bring to your attention. Looking at the communique without looking into institutions that are going to be crafted by AUC5 members to be assigned to implement this agreement or to implement this communique. This is very important. I want to bring to your attention that there are institutions that are going to be established in order to translate the substance of this communique into the benefits of the citizens of South Sudan, which is peace and stability. Which institutions? Institution number one that's going to be established, they're going to appoint a former head of state to be the next mediator. And as I said, the former head of state is going to be the next mediator. Mediating what? That's the question people say. And this is why I want to bring to your attention that some of the languages used in this communique are very important for legal interpretation. For instance, like what? There's a proposal of amendment of the R-Access to create a legal framework for elections. If you see when the amendment of R-Access was proposed by the government team, there are specific steps against it. It is deleting Article 8.2 or 8.3 or subjecting that decisions into an RGMEC meeting. This has brought a unanimous position, international and regional, that no way this can't go. And to block this and to put Chapter 8 for voting in RGMEC meeting, that's why that language in the community that I've drew attention to, as it is a paramount instrument. It means automatically the amendment of the R-Access is transferred to the AUC5 dialogue that is coming. That's one thing that I'd like to bring forward. At the same time, they transfer to the AUC5, and they say in the AUC5, there must be an inclusive dialogue without any precondition. And let me read that also, because I want just to bring from a legal lens the way how we read the communique. There was a point that I'd like to pay attention in the communique, and I think also that we can follow. Maybe this can give us opportunities to have another conversation. Another point. This point is number. Let me look at it. The inclusive dialogue. Point of inclusive dialogue without any precondition. You can look at the community. Whoever come across, you can bring to the attention of the rest. But there's this point which says the South Sudan parties should resume dialogue. And the dialogue that they're saying, the dialogue should be without any precondition, and the dialogue should bring on board non-signatories to the R-Access and leaves no party or stakeholder behind. My attention that I want to draw is actually point number 4. It's point number 4. Let me read point number 4. It says, urge the parties to the conflict to participate, to prioritize dialogue as the most constructive and effective means of resolving outstanding issues, particularly those related to the implementation of the peace agreement. In this regard, request the Artigono to resume the national dialogue with a meaningful, thoughtful, inclusive, transparent, and ensure that all stakeholders concerned participate in the dialogue without precondition or with a view to build trust for the stability of the country. But my legal lens fall on that language of dialogue without precondition, and nobody should be left behind among that. So what does this mean? This means that if we're going to go for the elections have a dialogue. That means the elections dialogue, you can't put a precondition there. So what does that mean in terms of if they're going to go for the dialogue? Will there be release of there be a precondition or not a precondition, or should they go for the dialogue? So this is something that I like to bring for your interpretation. And also that language of inclusive dialogue without precondition will allow the concept of legal paramount instrument be a tool of precondition, of course not a precondition. So also it tells you
really rejecting Tumaini, that what that means. So
that's what I'm coming for it. Yeah, exactly. I'm going that direction. Actually, you sort of like you're spiritually, you jump ahead of me. So the next thing comes to Tumaini. Means a member of our access is transferred to the dialogue in South Africa. Now, Tumaini is also by the virtue of the formation of AUC5, they're going to appoint a new mediator who is a former head of state as an instrument. Is going to mediate what? Is going to mediate the outstanding issues of South Sudan. It means Tumaini will no longer be in Nairobi. Tumaini also is attached to AUC5. And as we speak today, I can share with you a tweet of Miredio Miraya. The new IGAD special envoy today was in Nairobi. He is receiving a handover of Tumaini by the Kenyan deputy mediator, Ambassador Guyo. Today is handing over to the IGAD special envoy the process of Tumaini, and IGAD special envoy is going to hand it over to AU mediator. What is the indicator? The indicator is that once you appoint a mediator under AUC5, this mediator will be the mediator on the top, a former head of states. There's quite a number of names floating around, left, right, Uhuru, Jikai Kikwete, former president of Ghana, Nana Akufo, this lady of Liberia, those names are floating around. But the most important thing I want to bring to your attention about the Tumaini, that Tumaini is no longer under Kenya. Tumaini is already gone. It's already gone case from Kenya. It's going to be within the South Africa. Proposer have demanded
add this
the
one,
transfer.
add this one in.
Yeah.
What about the Soma? Those of Thomas Cirillo and Emmanuel Jawin, they refused to join the Tumaini. Are these now they are moving to South Africa? Are they what? Yeah, go ahead, add that one into.
That's why the language of precondition, with that precondition is being put forward by the way. They would say dialogue that leaves no one behind, the non-signatories, and anybody that is concerned about their country, and there should be no precondition. It means all of us are going to go where this dialogue are. So it means Tumaini from Kenya is already just transferred to AU. And for that to bring the element, why? Because if you remember, traditionally called AUC5. But in the summit and after the summit, they have introduced now AUC5 plus. Why is it plus? Because East African community is on board, UN is on board, AU is on board, IGAD is on board. Now, today, the process of Tumaini is handed over to IGAD special envoy. IGAD special envoy is going to hand over to the mediator that is going to be appointed by AU chairperson. Then, because to maintain IGAD as a plus, Ramaphosa have demanded that 3 front-line member states of South Sudan, head of states, should be appointed to join him in the coordination. So it means out of the IGAD member states around us, 3 of them is going to be taken. Likely will be Kenya, likely will be Ethiopia, or will be Djibouti. That arrangement is very important for you also to see. So I want to bring the element of the potential future implications that we may not see now, we may undermine them, that comes forward. So what does that mean? That means the mediation right now and the dialogue right now that we need to hold Juba for the elections and in Nairobi under Tumaini, legally and technically, they're already paralyzed by this declaration because they have to wait for the appointment of a former head of the state from Africa, and the head of states have to commission a mediation, and this mediation has to be decided in space. And this particular interpretation, I want to bring to your attention, this is where the language of the political retreat didn't surface in the declaration. I would ask all of you to read the declaration. You will never find the word political retreat. Because if the political retreat is referred to shorting out differences among the parties that are signatory to the access, if that's the interpretation of the retreat, then that retreat need to happen in Juba, because it is not only IO who is discontented with the implementation. Even SOA is discontented. You know, they're divided between SOA and Justin SOA and Abdul Badi. Even OPP, they are discontented. So it means if you have this, people have been discontented with the implementation of our access and the retreat refer to it, then this retreat will be held among the parties, because it means if you have to go for the new mediation under the newly appointed former head of states, which have taken into account amendment of our access for allowing election to have a legal framework, and which want to bring anybody on board, like the one of Tumaini and Soma on board, that mediator will be a different mediator, but that mediator is not mediating with Artigono as a split groups. Need to mediate with Artigono as one solid entity. As a one solid entity that is being challenged by those who are discontented with the way how Artigono is being implementing or transition the country from violence to peace through the action. Because some people are saying Artigono themselves even were discontented with their political framework. This interpretation, if the newly mediator is appointed, if the new committee is being established, and if a new venue for the mediation is declared, for instance, expect the following scenario. Some are saying now the venue will like it, the mediator will like it. Tumaini also say, the team of Tumaini, those of Lualdao, they say, we like the venue, we like the mediator. Simon Garwich and the Kittigwang say also, I like that one, because that's the language that you leave no one behind, everybody. Even I'm quite sure there's some briefcase opposition in the diaspora. They're waiting just, as a matter of if you know the venue, they start calling the mediator. Even we are a different party, we don't belong to this, we don't belong to this, we need to come. They go there. What does that mean to the electoral timeline? That is why Gibela Nagiri Jawara, and again, if you look at the communique, there's that point where AU Commission is being directed to prepare coordination and coordination and collaboration with South Sudan. My fear, this is my personal fear, my fear is that if you all put these processes that I've explained into a timeline, likely, you may have an extension that the medical extension they may call technical election-related extension, which was demanded not by the parties, will be demanded by the region. Why? Because time is running out. Now, how the timeline of the election will be affected? If you say you want to do the possible amendment in our access that will never be rejected by anybody, it's the amendment of our access to allow elections to have a legal framework. There, nobody will say no. It's only people that have no for subjecting Chapter 8 for voting or deleting Chapter 8. People will say have no that. But in terms of amending the access for election to happen, that one having a consensus, everybody will say yes, because we need to go for elections. But who are going to be the people who give consent for that? By the eye of IGAD, by the eye of the region, by the length of IGAD, by the length of the region, on a legal basis, it is IO under Riek. This is something that we should not ignore it, and we should not rubbish it off. Something that sometimes I tell some leaders that don't completely rubbish it off. We'll face it at last moment. They're going to say who have the authenticity of the signature of the IO. The authenticity of the signature of the IO, it is under the leadership of Dr. Riek. Now, for instance, Riek is convicted by the law guilty. That does not mean the party that he sits. And I like, is it Diwal who's about the command and control, the responsibility of command and control? The responsibility of a command of control of an institution does not lie with an individual. It lies with the basic frameworks. What does the basic frameworks of IO say? If the leader is convicted, being in conflict with the law, and is convicted, being found guilty, it means the party that under his leadership, based on their basic internal rules and regulations, how power is transferred of the leadership, will be the one considered to come and take. So those are some of the things I would like to bring to your attention as I'm responding to the questions, and because I want to provide simply to give me a basis of answering. Justice can't be selective. Selective justice is really a foundation of violence. For example, over here, we may praise Rwanda. We say, oh, Rwanda is good, Rwanda is now peaceful, Polygram is good. I will assure you, South Sudanese, Rwanda is sitting on a time bomb. I was deported in Rwanda one time. Let me just give you this short story why I was deported in Rwanda. I was officially deported by the government. I was deported. I went to the Rwandan Genocide Museum. To the Genocide Museum, I was been taking the Genocide Museum around. So wherever you go, you find everything. Tutsi, 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 Tutsi victim, Tutsi, Tutsi victim. If some of you have visited the museum, there's a place where from the museum, you now go to a video show. They will show you in a video the movies that shows. Then there's a place where you find bones of people, clothes of the victims and everything. In that space, I asked them a question because I have somebody who wrote, a journalist who wrote a book. I asked, okay, if everything in the museum is about truth, what about that small portion of the Hutus who are banned by the Tutsi when they realize that the few Hutus are always banned them? They ban them. Why are they not here in the museum? I was told, let's show you, because down of the museum building, on the southern part, there's a grave. They say let's show the grave. So I went there. I found myself in the hand of the police. The police brought me to the hotel. In the hotel, immediately I was pulled out of my room, my bag, taken to the airport, deported to Nairobi with the Air Rwanda. Then in Nairobi, they handed me over to another person who will hand over me, take you before, because but then Air Rwanda is no longer coming to Cuba. The Rwanda, in some streets, there's some people who have written. That some people are penalized. You know, when you hear Rwanda is clean, people say Rwanda is clean because it's a culture. No. Hutus are penalized for life to be clean. And there's a signpost. I've taken a picture of that signpost. So one day I met the Minister of Justice of Rwanda. I said, what about the say Edmond? It's for diplomatic reasons you guys praise us. But if Kagame goes, they're going to be likely with some people who will merge and challenge the narrative that people know about it. And that is the practice of something selective, which as Honorable Duar said, we don't want to go there. We need to apply the law as it is. That's one thing. The other thing that is going to be challenging, and Honorable Duar is here, is also we have unanimously agreed under the agreement that our judiciary sector require a reform. We have agreed under the agreement for judiciary reform commission to be established. We all agree as South Sudanese. Judiciary Reform Commission was established, and the Judiciary Reform Commission have rendered the report to His Excellency President. And you see there's a picture where President has received the Judiciary Reform Commission. Likely, if there's appeal later on this case, and if it ends up that the case where Dr. Riek is accused is associated with the implementation of the agreement, somewhere somebody is going to question, can we check to what level is the judiciary reform being implemented so that it qualifies the current sitting judiciary to try the case or to try a case associated with the agreement, and that will take us back to like what I was in the beginning about the hybrid court. So the legal interpretation of the complication associated with the way how we conduct our business
sometimes are high. Of course, we may not consider them in this space because not everybody here is a lawyer, not everybody here is interested on those judiciary interpretations, but these are the things that we should be preeming, that if things get to a certain level of appeal, to a certain level of now cross-examining, challenging, and trying to pursue back, that is how risk we're going to head to, and that's how complicated the case is going to be high, because right now it is proceeding and procedures. It is okay. And even, I was arguing with somebody yesterday, I said, look here, even we can hold the retreat, they can go to the court, come to the retreat until, because stopping the court is two ways. You either trigger Article 125 of the Constitution to the Minister of Justice to suspend the case, or you allow the case to continue. And I'm quite sure that even Riek himself, like is it Odwar or Dewal, who say, will say, okay, you subject me for this scrutiny, and why do you dismiss it? Because also, I'm quite sure behind the Riek's mind is he want to use this court to clear his name in the eye of the citizen, that always at the level as a criminal. So he want to push it to the level. And specifically, if he's working with his legal team, that they realize that actually evidence against the case is becoming more stronger and becoming more concrete in weighing the parameters of the decision of the ruling of the court is for their favor than for the other side. They may actually resist. If one partner says, another partner, because they knew that the game is coming clear. Yeah. So for me, this is a situation that I'm putting it as at the point of analysis that we should start thinking about it. We should start preeming it. We should start working with it. So does this mean we allow the pain people are carrying in their hearts with the loss of their lives? Suspense? Of course not. You can't suspend the pain. Because the more you suspend the pain, and this is where in the legal profession, people say, don't allow people to take the law into their hands. And I remember Duel at the beginning of this conversation, when you have conversation with the law, you have made that statement that this now may allow people, the relatives of the victims, to say, now, okay, so since now our pain, you don't feel it, let's take the law into our hands. And normally in any legal system, in any judiciary, you don't allow the law, people to take the law into their hand, because once people start taking the law into their hand, actually to be paralyzed with the judiciary. So it's also don't allow judiciary to lose the public trust and confidence. You see, don't allow judiciary to lose trust and confidence in them. So for me, this is a space that we need to ask ourselves. And that's why in the ANC fight, the Africans will say, you South Sudanese. And if you hear the speech of Ramaphosa when Madrid played, he said, we respect the South Sudanese to tell us. They believe that if we don't accept internal ourselves, that this is the pathway for us to go forward. And if we keep on providing misinterpretation or our own interpretation that favors our own interest, and we don't want the interpretation to favor the interests of the other side, it means the pathway to transition the country from violence to peace is still very far. Because peace starts with our own conviction. Are we convicted that time has come for us to be together? Time has come for us to make sure this justice, once it's happening, it's not because somebody is against me or I'm against somebody, that's why justice. No, justice is happening to set precedency that we will never repeat this mistake again. So for me, those are the basics that we need to come forward. Selective justice will never work. And selective justice will come from where? When we start seeing that the pathway to the decisions is becoming bending and nailing in one direction. For instance, let me give you one joke. And Honorable Dwari, you can confirm that. I don't know whether they come across it or some of you have come across it. There's a joke, and it's like a secret joke of the streets of Juba, which is very dangerous. I've been fighting people who are making this joke very dangerous. There's this joke going on that there's a law in South Sudan by the Dinka tying the Nuer who were given the responsibility to check the cross-examining of the law, and the Equatorians are given the responsibility to defend the law. Imagine, simply because one of the defense side of the government is an Equatorian that's joined, and the opposition is an Equatorian that Equatorians are given the responsibility now to cross-examine the application of the law, and the Dinka is applying it. Simply people are remitting it to the president, and that Nuer have been tried. They put that one to react because Alala is the that now the Sunni is a gap. Imagine that narrative. Some people are captured, and this is a very dangerous narrative that personally I don't entertain it. I tell people point blank, don't play with the law.
play with the law because the only foundation of unity of people in any country, it is the respect of the law. It is the equal, that's why the language of equal protection by the law and equality before the law. These are very, very big elements of unity of any society. The moment you start playing with equal protection by the law, and the moment you start playing about equality before the law, finish. You have destroyed the unity, and actually you're pushing for, like what we did with Khartoum for cessation, which we don't want it. So for me, these are the things that I'd like to bring as answers to your attention, that the interpretation of this court case, if we are not handling it carefully, it may drag our transition period and it may take it long. Thank you, Majid.
Thank you very much, Ilmunyakani. For now, 1956, are you there? Onyan Gorial. Okay, thank you. Let us.
I had wanted to ask Duar.
Hang on. Duar, Wal, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, while I need to take a break, so I will give you a lead moderator. So I'm gonna go and end up the studio. So I'm reaching 4 hours mark, which is the time limit. So I'm gonna close. Those of you who are watching me in YouTube and Facebook, you can join us in Clubhouse. The discussion will be continuing. While Moranyar, you can take over from here. I'm gonna take a break. So thank you. So I will mute myself, and while you take microphone, and then you can move the line with the rest who will get it on the speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Comrade Medit. I only have challenges of network. Otherwise, it would be okay for me to put everybody.
Thank you, those of you who are listening in to the Clubhouse. Thank you. In the Facebook and in YouTube. Thank you for joining us in this discussion. This is a very important topic that we are discussing, and then we will come with more talk about this. So as we see that this peace agreement that has been shipped to South Africa, we'll see how this will go, and we'll follow it closely. Thank you, you guys. Have a wonderful night. Join us in Clubhouse, and we will continue the discussion. Thank you. Have a good night. Bye for now.
Jilo wona tonadol toniel DJ Dingarang Jagdalo diana bapin Adina majaga jideng makwaga oton para iye manuni ya kudimit pandani ya ayi tonu tuol butung tonu adina majaga anyar ke begwan ba ilijit sukula ikapi majong chigo ame paje ayi pingi kielo adina majaga jideng makwaga oton para iye manuni ya kudimit pandani ya ayi tonu tuol butung tonu adina majaga anyar ke begwan ba ilijit sukula ikapi majong chigo ame paje ayi pingi kielo adina majaga jideng makwaga oton para iye manuni ya kudimit pandani ya ayi tonu tuol butung tonu adina majaga anyar ke begwan ba ilijit sukula ikapi majong chigo ame paje ayi pingi kielo We Santo Man Kolnyang Mike Sholgrangawan Yuping Yarul Pandir Shet Maniel Anaketon Niel Jilo Wanatonadol I think kick Kegabuka Devo Quaye Anyalia de Kuika Pingin Gemanalia when I jang along I do Kegaparami Madina Maja boy upon the loy.